Hello everyone, this is Pomon bringing you a tier list of Fire Emblem 6, the Binding Blade, also known as the Sword of Seals, the Seal Sword, Fuinasurugi. This is one of my favorite games ever, definitely my favorite Fire Emblem game, and it was about time for me to do a tier list of this game because I've played it many times. I've seen a lot of people play it too, so I think I have extensive knowledge about the game and about what makes a unit good or bad. FE6, in terms of units, is a very loop-sided game. You get the worst of the worst and the best of the best. There are certain units that are simply not designed well for you to play the game, while other units are clearly thought out for you to solve certain problems. So passing on certain units seems stupid, and passing on certain units seems like the only acceptable thing to do. Still, we all have our flaws. Character, like appreciating a character, even though I'm not going to take it into account for this tier list, is a thing. So if you like a certain character, you are obviously going to try to use them. And that's perfectly fine. I'm just going to be telling you here how viable that character is going to be as a unit. So yeah, I think with all that said, we can begin. The first unit I'm going to talk about is Elen. Already talking here about a pretty impressive unit. Christmas Cavaliers are an archetype. We like to call them that way because one of them is red, the other is green. They come together very early into the game. They've been doing that ever since FE1, where Cain and Abel um, pretty much carry you through the mid game after Jagen starts falling off. And here in FE6, you are facing more or less the same situation. Marcus is your best combat unit, for sure. But Elen and Lance are kind of your targets for experience on the early game. They are there from chapter 1, which means availability is yes, it's perfect. It's perfect availability because they get to do a lot for a very, very, very long time. Bases are decent, growths are pretty good, and maybe weapon ranks are not the best at the beginning. They both have D in lances and E in swords. But on the other hand, they are going to be available for the Western Isles, where if they maybe didn't take good care of their sword rank, they are going to suddenly be facing a lot of axe enemies that are going to allow them to make good use of those swords. So I think the Christmas Cavaliers are very good in this game, are very good in this game in terms of stats and how relevant their stats and um, their final combat capabilities are. They are better than FE7. Christmas Cavaliers, for example, I find Shane and Kent to be a bit lackluster in terms of combat, especially compared to Marcus being much better, the FE7 incarnation. In this game, I'd say these guys are like some of the strongest combat units you can find. It's true you have to rely slightly on growth, and it's true they are going to face a very, very minor competition for the promotion item because, well, they basically both want the same promotion item, which is the Night Crest. Thankfully, the other units that want the Night Crest are knights that want to promote into generals, which is generally not going to be. It's not going to be something you think about a lot because generals in this game are pretty bad. Let me say that up front. And also other cavaliers, which normally aren't going to be as good as Elen or Lance. So yeah, I think they are very good units. They also have obviously Canto, so they are able to rescue people and get away, which is very good. So rescue plus canto, good combat, perfect availability. I still think they are a bit reliant on growths, and you can get an Alan that maybe is especially screwed on in terms of defense, in terms of speed. I think their weapon ranks can suffer a little bit, so they aren't perfect units. But we're starting off with an A rank, I think. A rank is pretty much where I would put both of them. We will talk about the comparison between the two of them because I think I've talked about both of them together. So when I come to lands, I will just compare their their high and lows. But right now, I feel like Alan on A rank is fair. It's just fair. Okay, Astohl, aka Astolfo. I think he's now in Heroes, and I think his canonical name is Astolfo now. But when I say Astolfo, I definitely don't think about this character. I think about the Fate one. So, well, I feel like he will always be Astohl or Astor for me. Astohl is a very good character, to be honest. He's a thief, and when you talk about Astohl, you really have to take his class into account, because most of his value as a unit is going to come from the fact that he's able to open doors, open chests, and steal things from other units. Now, the opening doors and chests is true if you are trying to be a bit more mindful of your turns, or if you're just trying to get to the chess rooms earlier and faster during the map. You're probably going to be using chess keys and door keys, and that's really the fastest way to clear one of those rooms. To just, for example, send I don't know, you are in chapter 8, you normally would send Zealot with a chess key, because he's a pretty strong unit. He doesn't get damaged by a lot of things on that chapter. Once you take care of the Killer Lance Knight that appears like on the lower right in that map, I'm trying to more or less remember, he's going to be a pretty viable unit to just rush into the enemy lines, go into the chest room, start taking all the items, and that way you secure them. That's something a thief can't do, because they don't have first of all, they don't have as high a movement stat. They have 6 movement. They also don't have good combat in general. If we are talking about good combat in thieves, normally the best combat in thieves comes from Astohl, so that's something he at least has. And to be honest, 6 movement at the beginning in the game isn't that bad, because thieves don't get to promote, but a lot of your unpromoted units, your unpromoted infantry units, are going to have 5 or even 4 movement. So Astohl comes off as a very mobile sword unit with a decent rank. I'm pretty sure it's C. I don't like to check for stats. I just say what I remember, because I feel like that's the way to make a tier list for me. So yeah, like decent weapon rank, never going to really matter, because he's not going to be doing that much combat, but decent combat at the very beginning. Maybe at the end game he will still be able to damage like the not very tanky enemies. Like maybe he can one round some spare mages that are left alone. Maybe a druid that's being weighted down by a strong tome can even be double and killed by Astohl, like by doing 10 times 2 damage or something like that. So combat is there. Survivability, which is a very important thing, because you can get targeted by boltings, by purges, is there. It's true that he comes a bit later than Cath. He comes at chapter 8, but I feel like Astohl is, yeah, he's definitely the best of the thieves. So I'm going to put him pretty high because I think Thief utility is very useful. A tier might be a bit too much. But he definitely has good utility. He's useful for a long time, and he's one of those units that you don't really want to miss out on. So, okay, let me think. First of all, if I have to define what each tier represents, S tier is like perfect units or semi-perfect units that you want to use on every run. And if you aren't using them, it's because they are either dead and you're not resetting, or because, I don't know, because you have some personal reason, because that's the type of run you're doing, because you want to try the game without them. A tier is very consistent, very strong units, don't really have to rely on a lot of RNG to become good. They are just good, just not as good as S tier. B tier would be, these units are good, but they have a certain flaw to themselves. Maybe it's low starting weapon ranks, maybe it's that they are kind of trainees, so you have to depend on growths a little bit. They are good, but not as solid. C tier would be lower than average, you know. Maybe even we can put average in C. Lower than average units that have consistent flaws to themselves, units that are unable to reach certain benchmarks, and that, yeah, start falling short a little bit. D tier would be just bad units, units that have a clear flaw to themselves, and F tier is just, yeah, you're bad. There's basically almost no saving you, and if I'm using you, it's because of a lot of favoritism. If I think about it in those terms, Astohl is solid. So I think, like, because Thief utility, which is the important thing, and bases allowing him to survive boltings and stuff like that, those are going to remain there. And you need the Thief utility always, in every run, to steal the Delphi Shield, to steal Vulneraries at the very beginning, to steal things from thieves. Because in this game there are no drops. Enemies never drop an item, so if you want to steal something, like if you want to obtain an item that another thief stole from a chest, you need a thief of your own. So yeah, A tier, A tier. I'm going to keep Astohl in A tier. Originally, yeah, I was thinking B tier, but maybe A tier is fair. So, oh, Barthe. Okay. Okay, Barthe is definitely a unit. He's definitely a unit. I just put 2 units into A tier. I don't want you to think that I'm being too positive, so let's talk about a bad unit for a change. Barthe, I recently used him extensively. I'm pretty sure I even took him to the endgame, which is just insane to think about. Barthe is not bad at doing what he's thought out to do, which is tanking, like very, very, very hard tanking on the physical side. He has a very high growth on defense. I think it's like 40. It might even be like 60, but I think growths in this game don't get so high. So yeah, 40 and 100 or 110 in HP. So he always levels HP and he might level 2. And he also has a lot of strength, very high strength stat. So high damage dealing, high tankiness. What's there not to love about this unit? Well, first of all, the class. He's an armor, which means movement is very low, but Barthe has an additional problem. He has very, very high constitution. His speed is incredibly low, so he's never going to double, and he's most likely going to get doubled by almost everything. So that affects his tankiness, but also makes his high constitution basically irrelevant, because not getting weighted down by a weapon when you are already very slow, that doesn't do anything for you. What it does is simply to make you very hard to rescue, because constitution affects how heavy you are. So if you have a very high constitution stat, a lot of units aren't going to be able to rescue you. I'm pretty sure, for example, Alan, I talk about his capability as a Canto unit, won't be able to rescue Barthe. And that's just very bad. And yeah, he's hard to rescue, so he can't be carried around. He has only 5 movement promoted because he's a general, and he has a very high, like a very big weakness against mages, against enemies that double him, against effective weaponry, obviously. That gets doubled by everything, so tankiness ends up not being very good, and has a very, very low skill and luck spread, so in the end, combat isn't that great. He's supposed to deal a lot of damage, but he ends up not doing anything because the enemies just dodge every attack because his hit rate is abysmal. So, and he's obviously only trying to hit once. I ended up making use of him more or less by giving him the Brave Lance. That way at least he was able to hit twice, and maybe one of those hits ended up connecting, you know, but it was like 255s, so it didn't always happen. Barthe is just not good. He's just not good. You can find niche uses to him. He needs a promotion item that's very solicited, the Nightcrest. And yeah, if you want to make him good, it's going to be through special circumstances, favoritism, stuff like that. Textbook F tier, my opinion. The man isn't that bad. You know, in terms of what we're going to put into the F tier, Barthe might even end up being on the highest side of you know, this F tier spectrum, but yeah. Right now, F tier. You're the sole unit in there. Bartre, not to be confused with Barthe. They basically decided that one letter was enough to distinguish them, and I was actually using both Bartre and Barthe on the last time I played F6 in the channel, and that, yeah, basically the biggest problem about using both of them is that you confuse their names a lot. So that's a thing. Bartre is pretty decent. I definitely have I've renewed my opinion of Bartre after the last run. I always thought he was useful, and Bartre's stats are basically oriented only to dealing damage. He has a lot of strength, he has decent skill, and his base speed is unimpressive, but actually good enough for him to not get doubled by a lot of enemies, even for the whole game. I think I ended up giving him a speed wing at the very end. Yeah, that might have been a bit of favoritism from me, but Bartre was still doing pretty well. He has high constitution, but in this case, it really saves him in terms of being able to carry a strong, heavy axes and not get slowed down by them. So normally he's able to deal a lot of damage to things like cavalry and not get doubled in return because of that high constitution. He also gets access to bows. He's pretty good at using bows. I think he has a C rank on base. And bows are a good thing to have in this game. Much better than in a lot of other Fire Emblem games because of the flying enemies being so menacing, especially the wyverns. So I think Bartre has a weird niche with that very strong bow usage. Probably hitting a single time, but still dealing a lot of damage with a bow. He also has the axe usage, and very good ranks from the beginning, comes with a brave axe, I'm pretty sure, so that's also nice. The guy is able to do a lot of damage, and if you combine that with a well-placed support, like I did, supporting with fear, he actually has very good support bonuses with Thunder type affinity. So that means a lot of critical, together with fire that's also a lot of damage. Yeah, I think Bartre is pretty decent, and the most important thing about Bartre, he's pretty promoted. So unlike Elen and Barthe, he has something going for him. He doesn't need investment. He doesn't need a lot of investment. He still comes kind of early on chapter 11, but he doesn't need the promotion item. He's just ready to go from the beginning. So for a unit that comes ready to go, even though I know he's low points, I think he deserves to be at least C tier. Higher than that, I don't think it's fair. As I said, not needing investment is a good thing, but his combat, that he doesn't have true unique utility to himself. He doesn't do thief things. His movement is just average, 6 movement on base. He doesn't come very late, but he doesn't come very early either. C tier is just fine. Bartre, pretty solid unit. I would recommend you use him if you go B route. By the way, Bartre, and I think I should mention this in case you haven't played FE6, Bartre is a route exclusive unit. There are certain units that are route exclusive in this game. I don't like taking the unit you lose out on as a factor to decide if Bartre is good. For example, by choosing to go into the B route and getting Bartre, you are not getting Echidna right here. So you might think that, yeah, maybe Bartre is good, but Echidna I think is better, so that makes Bartre worse. I don't think that's fair. I think units should be analyzed a bit like in a void. You should be considering if that unit is good, not what other units and what other things he is affecting. I'm also not taking things like recruitment conditions into account, for example. I don't think that's going to be that relevant in this game because recruitment conditions are normally pretty tame. But yeah, for example, if you think, I don't know, Gonzales isn't that good because he forces you to bring Lilina into the chapter you get him. Yeah, okay, like, alright. So yeah, not taking recruitment condition, not taking route splitting into account when classifying units. I just thought I should mention that. Now we are going with Boars, which is a clear F tier unit. Like there's not even a debate there. There's not even a debate. Boars is one of the worst units in the game. It's true he has one thing going for him, and that's availability. He's available from chapter 1, and he can technically, and like you can't even say this without laughing out loud. He can put in a lot of work for a long time. Yeah, okay. But to be honest, do I want a unit like Boars for the whole game? I'd rather have a unit that's a bit stronger and comes later, because Boars is just pathetic. He gets doubled at his starting chapter. He is supposed to be a tank because he's an armor knight, but his defenses aren't that much higher than Elen and Lance's, and Elen and Lance don't get doubled and actually have weapon advantage against the bandits that you fight on the first chapter, while Boars has weapon disadvantage. He's not able to kill anything. Like, to feed a kill to Boars, you would have to just surround an archer and feed him that kill, and even then he wouldn't be very good at doing it because he probably has like a 60% hit rate. It's become a bit of a meme that Boars' best usage on chapter 1 of FE6 is to just visit the village. Even then, we have to mention this. There are better units to do that with, like every unit in that chapter. Basically, every unit you have available has better movement, so it's consequently better at getting the village. So training boars is not something that's going to come off easily. It's an ordeal you're going to put yourself through. It's a conscious decision to make your life harder. It's a conscious decision to make the game more difficult for you, because Bors isn't good, because he needs a lot of training, because he comes level 1 on chapter 1. If you train him, his growths aren't even stellar. He still needs the Night Crest to promote, which is, as I said, a very, very solicited promotion item. And yeah, the Mind just isn't good. He at least has a bit more speed than your average Armor Knight, so by promotion and with generals getting a fair amount of speed, I'm pretty sure, like 3 speed or so, he might end up being a general that doesn't get double, which is very good, but he still has the classical problems of the generals, like low movement. I think Bors is just worse than Bartre, definitely worse than Bartre, because Barthe at least is able to tank. Yeah, he doesn't tank very well, yeah. On his joining chapter, if a physical unit tries to attack Barthe, they are normally not going to be able to kill him. But if a physical unit tries to attack Bors on his joining chapter, they are normally going to be able to kill him. It comes down to that at the very end. Bors isn't even able to double 0 speed soldiers on chapter 2. I'm pretty sure he comes with 3 speed or even 2 on base. So yeah, bad unit, unsalvageable. Yes, F tier clearly. No questions asked. Cath. Cath is a thief. As I said with Astohl, when you talk about Cath, you have to take her being a thief into account, because she really doesn't provide you with a lot more. She has like some weird recruitment conditions. You have to talk to her with Roy in 3 different maps. If you don't talk to her, like if you miss her in a map, you get the opportunity to talk again in the next one. But if you miss a map, she's going to end up joining a little bit later. So she can join as soon as chapter 12 and as late as chapter 22, which is ridiculously late. It's the chapter where you fight Sephiel, so that should tell you something. It's probably hilarious to get Cath on chapter 22. But yeah, chapter 12 Cath, which is normally the one you're going to get, and you know, the one that makes use of her full availability, is a decent thief that comes later than both Chav and Astohl, so that already is going against her. On base, stats are going to be worse than Astohl. Her combat isn't very good. She gets hard mode bonuses that get even stronger the later you recruit her, but hard mode bonuses depend on the class the unit is in. So if you are in a class that provides, I don't know, strength and speed bonuses on hard mode, that's great. That's great because you're going to really benefit if you get recruited a bit later. But if you're in a class like a thief, you're going to get a boost on luck and skill, which isn't that good. So Cath might be reliable at hitting the enemies, but she still has the 3 strength. Better than Chad on base, that's true, but still pretty poor combat. And at least Chad has the availability because he comes on chapter 3. She's a bit late to the party. She doesn't have the survivability that Astohl has, so she's probably getting one-shotted by Boltins and by Purges and by stuff like that. I think Cath isn't very good. She's still a thief. So she can have her uses, but overall, like, other thieves can do it better. She doesn't have a unique role. The things she brings to the table are things that other units can do better. You could use Cath, and she wouldn't be bad, but yeah. Yes, by virtue of Thief utility, I'm going to put you on D tier. I think Cath is just not great. I really like her character. Like, I think Cath is funny as hell, and I think her recruitment is done in a very original way. But if we ever get an FE6 remake in the future, please balance hard mode bonuses so that getting Cath later actually benefits her a little bit, so that she gets a bit of strength. Because her, or better than that, a bit of HP. Because her being able to do a bit of damage, I know is something that people think about a lot, but it's more important for her to be able to tank something, to be able to get a single round of combat without getting killed, which is something Astohl can do, which is something Cath can kind of do after a little bit of training, but she won't be able to ever. So yeah. Cecilia. I really like Cecilia as a character and as a unit. I think Cecilia is a very interesting unit. She's a unit that you might not find very useful at the very beginning. Like, the first time you play FE6, Cecilia is one of those units that might go unnoticed to you, that might even be a bit disappointing. But yeah, Mecha some years ago did in his waifu series, he did a video on Cecilia. I pretty much agree with everything he says in there. Cecilia is an underrated unit because of many things. One of them is the character portrayal. The unit is portrayed as a powerhouse in terms of magic and in terms of, anima combat. And she has the rank to justify that. She comes with A rank in tomes, which is very good. But her true utility lies on her staff usage. Her true utility lies on her weapon ranks. It doesn't lie on her actual combat. Because stats aren't that good, magic isn't stellar, speed is definitely iffy. She's utility. And she's on a mount. She's a promoted Valkyrie, pre-promoted, so she doesn't need the promotion item in terms of investment. You could say she has that covered. She can use her caliber on base. Maybe she doesn't double with it, but it still takes a chunk of HP out of a wyvern. She can use a lot of steps, and those are going to be very useful throughout the whole game. She has C rank on base, so she isn't that far off from a B rank and being able to just spam physic. I think Cecilia is a very good unit. I think Cecilia is underrated as hell, and I think Cecilia deserves to be B tier. B tier. What she brings to the table, even though she's pre-promoted and doesn't need investment and all that, isn't unique. You can already get better magical combat, you can already get rescue with Canto, and you can already get steps. It's very good to have all those things together in the same unit, but I think Astohl is a more unique unit in the sense that he's clearly the best thief, while Cecilia is not clearly the best support unit. She's not clearly the best mage or anything. Both of them don't need investment, but Cecilia comes considerably later, chapter 14, so it's not incredibly late, but I think I should still take that that availability into account. So B tier is good. B tier is good. Yeah. Now Cath. Okay, I notice now that because this is the third and last thief we're going to be talking about, I noticed now that thieves have very high starting positions in this tier list because all their names start by A, C, and C. Cath. Well, I've basically given my thoughts about Cath. At this point, Thief utility is important, and the thing Cath has going for him is his very, very strong availability. Chapter 3 is a very good one to come in, and there are actually going to be some chapters where Cath is almost essential to bring. And on chapter 3, he already starts showing some utility, but by taking the chests. One of them has a halberd, which could be important in chapter 4. He can also take all the chests in chapter 6, and he can open the door for you to go directly against the boss in chapter 7. Those are things that Astohl will never get to do because he comes on chapter 8. So Cath has those points going for him. The biggest problem with Cath is his starting stats are horrible, and his combat isn't good enough to feed him a lot of kills. If you were able to feed kills to Cath, he has like the best growths in the game. Very unnoticeable because people don't really care about thief growths, considering they don't promote, the caps are at 20, so they are never going to become an incredible unit. But Cath is technically, if you wanted to make a unit into a trainee, Cath is technically, he owns very strong growths, and if we ever get an FE6 remake, as I said, and that remake allows for thieves promoting, I get the feeling that we're going to see a lot of people training Cath into an absolute powerhouse with almost everything capped. His biggest problem with low growths isn't not being able to do damage, because that's basically irrelevant. It's that by the end of the game he might even get doubled by certain things, and he's definitely getting one-shotted by bolting or perch if they are able to hit. So giving some kills to Cath could be, to your best interest if you're planning to keep him on the long run, because he needs that extra survivability. That's an effort you don't have to make with Astohl. That's something I'm taking into account. I think those low growths are annoying. Low bases are annoying enough that they compensate his good starting chapter. Chapter 3 being very early. Thief utility is good. C tier under Bartre, I think, is the highest I can give him. He can be good. He can be good. I still, I still haven't found someone using Cath and making him into an absolute powerhouse of a unit, except for a randomizer I once saw, where Cath was a priest, and he promoted into the most busted bishop you would ever see, because that randomizer basically shuffled around growths, but still kept like the total, like the growth total, the sum of all the growths had to be the same. So because Cath has very, very high growths on things like speed, skill, luck, and decent strength, and also decent HP, all of those combined into a very strong bishop. I know I'm talking about a completely random situation that shouldn't apply here, but what I'm trying to say is Cath, base Cath, like Thief Cath, Chapter 3, FE6 Cath, isn't very good. On a randomizer, there might be a case going for him, but right now, C tier is the highest I can give him, and is all based on Thief utility. Clarine, very good unit. She's a healer on a horse. That already makes her kind of unique, because she's the one healer on a horse you're going to get from chapters 4 to 13, to the point where on chapter 14 Cecilia joins, and then you have another utility healer. Clarine has D ranking staves, a decent starting magic stat. I'm pretty sure it's 4. It's not crazy, but it's good. Her growth in magic isn't stellar, it's like a 30%, but she has a lot of speed. So speed might not seem very relevant for a healer, but after promotion, she actually benefits a lot from it because she gets tomes, anima tomes, which I feel like they are a much better thing to get than what the bishops get, which is light. Anima tomes provide you with fire and thunder at the very beginning, and together with her decent magic and very, very high speed, they are actually going to make her into a pretty good combat unit. If she is not able to kill an enemy, she will at least be able to soften them up for someone else to come and take it. And she doesn't really need to get kills because she's already getting a lot of experience from healing. Weapon ranks are also pretty decent. It's true that she struggles a little bit with getting a high animal rank after promotion, but she gets, in compensation for that, she gets incredibly high staff rank. She's normally going to be around, midway to B tier before promo, so that's midway to A tier after promo. A strong candidate to use a lot of physics, restores, even the goddess staff by the point you get it. Good mobility, rescue canto capabilities, very good support set because she supports a lot of strong units like Dieck and Rutger. With her being part of an infamous build for Rutger, which basically gives Rutger the maximum possible critical in this game, going over 100%. This is, I actually said it right. Rutger can go up to around 120% critical or so. Clarine is just good. She benefits from her position in the game, comes at chapter 4. At that point, the only other healer you have is Elen, and Clarine is clearly better. And yeah, she's just a solid unit. Even if you don't get good growths with her, nothing is stopping her from getting very, very good at healing. And that's something that normally Cecilia isn't going to get. If you get a screwed up Clarine in terms of speed, she's going to look very similar to Cecilia. And then you think, okay, Cecilia has done all of this without investment. But Clarine is always going to have the advantage in terms of stave rank. So staves rank. So A tier, I think better than Cecilia. This doesn't mean Cecilia is bad in any way. Yes, if you want two mounted healers, just know that Cecilia is your reliable, always comes at the same point with the same stats, while Clarine is maybe your investment. I could consider promoting her earlier or later depending on circumstances, but still a very solid unit. Utility is more valuable than Astohl, and I'm tempted to say she's more valuable than Alan. I'm really tempted to say it, but I don't think that's the case. Because Alan is very solid. Alan is very solid. Alan comes earlier. It's true that he doesn't have healing or anything, but yeah, I think Clarine. I think Clarine is just a healer. For most of the game, you can heal by other means. You still have vulneraries. You have Saul is pretty good too. By the end of the game, you get a lot of healers. Yeah. Okay, I'm keeping Alan over her just due to pure combat, basically. Clarine isn't going to solve entire maps for you in terms of combat. Alan might very well do so. So yeah, second on A tier, that's pretty high. And Dayan is kind of the biggest discovery for me on the last time I played FE6. He comes at chapter 20 if you go Sakae, which is one of the alternative routes. And the next chapter after that is chapter 21. Chapter 21, very very feared among people, and it's very normal that they fear the chapter because it's a very difficult one, filled to the brim with wyverns, and so you need to get some units to deal with them. Now you can chase this with a strong mage staying on a forest, hoping to dodge everything and killing them with Excalibur. But I normally find that bringing 1 or 2 or even 3 bow users is good if you get surrounded by wyverns, or if the wyverns place themselves in a very difficult to access position, like over the mountains. Having an archer with a longbow is going to be very valuable. Dayan actually is just ready to go to help you in chapter 21. He has A ranking bows and C ranking swords. That means he's not very far off from being able to use the Merglace, the Mulagir, or whichever name you prefer. He also has decent sword usage, to be honest, being able to use the Killing Edge on base. So if you ever find a group of axe users, you could perfectly fight them with Dayan. He's not incredible, he doesn't have a lot of damage, his tankiness is not great, but his speed is good enough to double wyverns, the unpromoted ones at least. And yeah, he's just a very solid filler unit. Coming on chapter 20 is like his biggest disadvantage. He's not going to get to do a lot simply because he comes late. But for the time he's in there, he's actually a solid combat unit, a solid rescue unit with Canto, and a solid unit to have all around. So I feel like Dayan is good. I feel like Dayan's availability being so bad is compensated by him doing so well once he joins. D tier is good. Coming chapter 20 is still a problem, so I don't think I can put him over D tier, but D tier is good. D tier is good. He's helpful. He's helpful. And that's something you can say about Cath also. She can be helpful. Something you can't say about these guys. They are a pain. Dieck. We're talking about Dieck now. Okay. Dieck is a pretty strong, solid unit. Coming on chapter 2, so that means very good availability, very good combat on base too, and growths aren't incredible. So he's supposed to fill that Ogma archetype where he's a solid early game unit that gets slightly worse as you advance. The thing with Dieck is because promotion in this game is so good, like promotion in FE6 gives a lot of stats compared to FE7 for example. Because promotion is so good and the stat gains are so important in there, he's normally going to stay relevant if you are able to promote him. Also on promotion he gets axes. Axes are very good. Axes are very good to have because suddenly he's not just an infantry sword unit. He's a unit that can use axes to counter enemy javelins, other enemy hand axes. So one to range. He can also he has a decent constitution stat, so he can normally double with those axes better than your fighters / warriors can. He has good combat. He helps you from the very beginning. Dieck is like the most solid early game, not reliant on growths unit you will have. Later on you will get stronger combat units, and Dieck definitely loses the spot as a boss killer and as a unit able to clear big groups of enemies. But yeah, he's just solid. I don't know if I should put him B or A tier. I feel like A tier might be a bit too high. I feel like under Cecilia is not high enough. The thing is Dieck comparable to Astohl? Astohl brings a lot of utility to the table. Combat isn't stellar. Dieck's combat is good at the beginning, but by mid game, he will still be relevant against the Western Isles axe enemies, but then he starts getting a bit worse. However, by that point he promotes, so axes are useful. I'm going to give him the benefit. Yeah, I'm going to give him the benefit of availability and of good combat, and I'm going to put him even over Astohl. Not over Clarine. Clearly, Clarine is better, but yeah, Dieck is just a unit that you normally get to use on every run, and he's maybe not just as consistent as the Christmas Cavaliers, but very similar in the sense that he's going to carry you through the early game, and if he snowballs enough with the stats, he's going to get to the point where you have a solid unit that can compete with pre-promotes and with other units clearly given to you on late game to be able to beat the difficult late game that this game has. So A tier, yeah, good. Oh, Dorothy. Okay, Dorothy. I actually have like a soft spot for Dorothy because I used her first time I played F6 in this channel, and she was good. She was good. I gave her a full A support with Saul, and she has fire affinity, so support does a lot for her. But her combat is not bad. She's a decent archer, does a good amount of damage, can get to a certain amount of good speed. Physical tankiness is actually kind of okay, even though resistance is abysmal. So yeah, Dorothy can do some things in terms of combat. Maybe if you train her, if you give her some speed, she will be able to take care of wyverns, to take care of Pegasi, to weaken enemies for you to come in and take the kill with someone else. The problem with archers in F6, as always, is that they can only attack on player phase. Enemy phase, they are going to be a sitting duck. Yeah, you can do some retaliating through walls, but that's mostly going to be done by units with 1-2 range, with javelins, hand axes, mages even. Archers just aren't that reliable for enemy phase. It's going to be very situational where they can do something in enemy phase, while player phase is not enough. Attacking once, twice if I want to invest my dancer on you, that's not good. So Dorothy, just by virtue of you being an archer and needing training and needing promotion, and like if I want to make you into a good unit, I have to use you for the whole game almost, coming on chapter 6, so not as annoying as Walt, but still F tier. Under Barthe, over Bors. Yeah, like that. Under Barthe over Bors. Sorry to put you there, Dorothy, because you really did give me your best performance ever. But I think I got lucky with your growths. If you get bad growths, what's like if Dorothy doesn't get good enough growths to justify her combat potential, then she has nothing going for her. And even if she got them, like if Dorothy had perfect 100% growths, she would be good. If she had like incredible growths, like trainee growths, I wouldn't put her higher than C tier or even D tier because yeah, and the situation is she doesn't have the best growths ever, so she's good if you train her during enemy phase. F tier is high enough. Oh, Douglas, okay, getting a barrage of bad units here. Douglas, the Etrurian general, coming on chapter 16X. He's a general, both as a character and as a unit. He's a general, a pre-promoted general, so at least you don't have to invest a lot in him. He's tanky. That's the thing he has going, and very good weapon ranks. I should mention that A rank in both axes and lances, which is kind of nice to be able to make use of those good axes and lances, to be able to retaliate with either a hand axe or a javelin. His combat might not be incredible, but it's still better than Barthe. Like, he can be more or less reliable. He can tank some enemies. You can use him as a portable wall. Constitution isn't as overkill as Barthe, so he can be rescued and drop. In Sakai, he can even have some uses, just tanking physical enemies. He's a decent armor. He's probably the best armor you're going to find in this game. Better than Barthe, definitely. He still faces the classical general problems. Low movement. If you find a mage, then what? Tankiness is supposed to be good, but the speed doesn't go together with that. D tier is good. About Dayan versus Douglas, it's true that Douglas is there for a longer time, but I feel like Douglas doesn't do anything particular. Like, most of the times I bench Douglas forever. I use him through chapter 16x because that's where you recruit him. You get him at the very beginning, and then on chapter 17 I'm looking at my units, I'm looking at my deployment slots, and it's not like the first thing that comes to mind is, oh, I should deploy Douglas. However, on chapter 21 I can't see a lot of reasons not to deploy Dayan, considering the large amount of deployment slots, and yeah, just his base combat being better than Douglas. I think Dayan might be a worse unit than Douglas, like as pure combat and stats goes, but he's more suited to the game where he's in. You know, Douglas would be better if this game was like FE7, where you face a lot of enemies. Making choke points is very important. Enemy quality isn't as high. Douglas would be better, but in FE6, clearly Dayan is better for me. Alright, Echidna. Echidna is an interesting unit. I really like Echidna. I actually think Echidna is a unit that people don't talk about enough in the context of FE6. I think Echidna is solid as hell. She comes on air route, as I said. You either get her or Bartre, and it seems to me like if you get Echidna, you're normally getting the best unit you can have in there. She's a pre-promoted hero focusing on axes, which already makes her very interesting, because most of the axe using units in this game are, you know, axe wielders at base on their base class, and then on promotion they just keep building on that. Well, Echidna has axes, but she also has swords as a secondary weapon. Pretty weird for a hero to have swords as a secondary weapon. Echidna's biggest selling point is her high speed. It's true that she doesn't have the best constitution ever, so axes weight her down a little bit, but she kind of compensates that with speed, and if you give her a body ring, she's even better at wielding them, so that's good. In my opinion, stellar combat against certain enemies, the possibility to switch into a sword and just simply not get weighted down and have, I think she has 18 speed on base or something like that, might be 16, but very high speed on base. A lot of room to grow, to be honest. Decent growths, not the highest strength, but very high speed. Again, tankiness is good enough, combining together with that dodginess and not getting double that comes with high speed. High skill and luck, enough to be able to hit most enemies at least. Swords are very accurate. axes do a lot of damage but are more inaccurate. She can really adapt to the situation, and I think that's very valuable. I also think she's just like very entertaining to use, but I guess that's beside the point. Chapter 11 is kind of early for her to come. I definitely feel like she's good. Not better than Cecilia, but B tier is... Yeah, B tier is good enough. She doesn't need the investment and you get a better combat unit than you get with Bartre. She's also, as I said, Constitution isn't very high, so she's very easy to carry around with a lot of units, even foot units, which can be very good. Yeah, yes, better combat and better kind of weapon utility than Bartre, because swords and axes are a better combination than axes and bows. She might not have that niche against wyverns, but she has better combat against basically everything else. So B tier, good. Also very good candidate for the armads. Not a lot of axes are fast enough to double with the armads. She gets weighted down a lot by the armads, but even then, most of the time she's going to be able to double mana kills with the armads, and that's just incredible. So yeah, B tier, pretty justified. I think I will keep her there. Elen. I personally like Elen, but I have to admit her shortcomings. She's a healer, coming on chapter 2, at the very first turn of chapter 2, and the first healer you get in the game. And she's going to be doing a lot of healing in chapter 2, 3, even 4. Then you get Clarine, and Elen kind of starts getting outclassed. On chapter 6 you get Saul, who's kind of a direct upgrade over Elen. The problem with Elen is she has very good growths in terms of magic and resistance. 50% magic, I'm pretty sure, and like 50 or 60% resistance, so incredible in that regard. But she has horrible speed, both in bases and growths, so speed is going to be a big problem. She's going to be slower than some armor knights. I would go as far as to say Elen's speed is going to be on par with Douglas by the time you get Douglas, so she gets doubled easily, which means she's always going to be very fragile, a unit you have to protect. And also, this might be the most relevant thing, her base magic is very bad. She has 1 magic on base. It's true her growth is better than Clarine, but Clarine at least has 4 magic. So by playing catch up together with growths and promotion and all that, Elen is not going to catch up to Clarine in terms of magic until they are like level 5 or 10 promoted. And by that point, Clarine already has other things going for her, like better combat with tomes and better speed, which allows her to get the same better combat. And yeah, to be honest, Clarine just outclasses her in so many aspects that it's almost humiliating. The rank on base is pretty good, but still probably not going to reach C rank before chapter 6, which is where Saul comes in and does the same. Elen's problems really come from the fact that she's the purest staff bot you get in this game. She doesn't seem to have anything going for her in the future. She's just going to be spamming heal and mend, heal and mend, heal and mend, until you decide to replace her with better units. And that's a problem. That's a problem because not having anything interesting, anything unique, any type of combat, any type of unit utility, something you do better than the rest, is bad. So even though she's a healer, and healers are good, I can't put her higher than C rank. And I'm going to put her on the lower side of C rank. No, I mean... Chad or Elen, who's better? That's a debate I never thought I would have. Chad is more unique. He's a thief. He's the one thief you get at this point, and he doesn't get contested until chapter 8. Elen gets contested after 2 chapters, and to be honest, for most of chapter 2, you're not going to need a lot of healing. You're mostly going to be able to go with vulneraries. So, yeah, Elen, lowest side of C tier. She's like... She's a very ignorable unit. You know, it's very easy to just not notice Elen, which is a shame because I find her to be an interesting character. Even people say she's very blunt, and I can see that, but I also think that makes her a bit more subtle than other units. Has a very good support with, I'm pretty sure it's Chad actually. Very good good support with Geese too. I don't know. I feel like Elen is decent. She's like a staff bot. She can heal. She's not interesting as a unit. And that's just a fact. So let's just put her there and kind of forget about her. Okay. Elphin. I was going to... When I put Elen there and I saw the C, D, and F tier all being filled, and I saw that I've been talking about 15 units at this point, and all of them have been in tier from A to F, you might be wondering, where are the S tier units? Where? Well, Elphin is one of them. It's pretty easy to justify why Elphin is an S tier unit. Elphin is a Barthe, which basically means he's a dancer, and dancers in this game are very good compared to FE7 or even FE8 or games like Awakening, Three Houses. Enemy phase isn't as strong. You actually need to do some very good work in player phase, and that makes dancers more relevant. It makes them more important. It makes them the type of unit that you want to bring to every map, because bosses are very difficult, so hitting them twice might be very important for you to run out of the map, because enemies in general are very strong, so repositioning by means of a dancer might be also important. Rescue and dropping is going to be more easy if you have a dancer, and in a game where some units are clearly much stronger than others, dancers also get stronger because they can... A dancer, you can see a dancer as a duplicate, a wildcard of your best unit. If you need to have good combat with swords and you use Dieck, with a dancer you can use him again. In that same map, if you need to heal twice, you can dance for Clarine and you can heal twice. So every turn you look at your army, you look at your position, your needs, and the dancer will allow you to do what you need most twice. That's just invaluable utility, the best type of utility there is in this game. So I think S tier is just where you should be. Not like dancers are the best units ever. They don't have combat and they still have to be babied a little bit, and their movement isn't incredible. They have 5 movement, but even through all of that, S tier, they just have to be S tier because you can never go wrong with a dancer. They don't rely on growths. They don't rely on I don't know, the type of army you have. A dancer is always going to fit. So Elphin has to be S tier. Alright, Fa, very interesting unit. Fa is a mana kit, the one mana kit you get in this game. She actually isn't called a mana kit per se. She's a divine dragon. And she comes with a weapon called the Divine Stone that allows her to transform. It has 30 uses. and you don't get more uses than that. You don't get any other weapon for Fa. Fa will be able to transform 30 times. Well, I should correct that. Fa will be able to attack 30 times. But if she gets attacked from range without being able to retaliate, she won't consume a use. If she gets attacked by a bolting, she won't consume a use. And if she gets targeted by a staff, she won't consume a use. Getting targeted by bolting and staves is actually a very niche thing that Fa has going for her that she does better than anyone else, because the bonuses from the Divine Stone give her an incredible amount of resistance, which she already is pretty good at having. So just luring many staves and bolting onto herself is incredibly valuable for you, because they can get to be very annoying and very precise by the end of the game, with them being wielded by 30 magic druids or something like that. But Fa can just kind of, if you play Pokemon, storm drain those staves. If you catch my drift, she can be the unit that just attracts all of that so that the rest of your army can function. And she does that without even using up her Divine Stone. You can actually, and this is just the way the artificial intelligence in physics works, you can actually, the enemy will always follow a certain order when deciding which unit to target. With staves, they will always go for your lowest deployment, which means if in your preparations screen, the unit that appears as the last one in the list is the one they will try to target, then the previous one, then the previous one, then the previous one. I've always theorized that this is probably done so that Roy doesn't get targeted, because he's always the first targeted unit. So yeah, they try to make it so that Roy doesn't get targeted. The game is a bit less annoying, which I think is a good decision. And Fa, you can consciously undeploy her and deploy her again on your starting list, so that she's placed last. And that way she will be able to give you that utility of distracting enemies. If you ever get her to fight, she's also pretty good at that. Especially she's very, very, very accurate. So against enemies like sword masters, or even certain enemies like mages on a forest, or even bosses. No, I don't think Fa is good against bosses. She's able to deal a finishing blow, getting an incredible amount of experience, normally 100th, basically, because she's level 1 and promoted. She's considered to be level 1 and promoted by the game. Her growths are very good. Normally you don't get to cap her or anything like that. The focus with Fa shouldn't be to get her to be a good combat unit. She's a force deploy on the last chapter, and people seem to think that because of that, Fa has to be the best possible by that point, and that you have to trick your way around, like getting attacked by an archer and getting 1 experience every turn so you can get her to level 20, and that's simply not necessary. There are better units to do combat with. Fa being deployed on the last chapter is due to story reasons, and if she's able to do some damage against mana kids, that's fine. And if she's not able to, that's fine too, because she has 1 constitution. She can get carried by literally anyone. Literally anyone. Like, I think Niime can carry Fa. That's how light she is. So yeah. Just a solid unit. Just a solid unit that doesn't need a lot to function, that doesn't have a very unique type of utility. She has a very unique type of utility, but not the best combat. So better than Cath, definitely, even though her availability isn't that good. She comes, first chapter she can be deployed is chapter 16. I think she's better than Bartre, to be honest. I think Bartre just has combat, and that's good. But Fa is a unit I normally always deploy. If I have the spot to spare in my deployment list, then here comes Fa, and the enemy staves are suddenly going to do almost nothing to me. So yes, due to that, I think highest in C tier is pretty justified, and she's probably going to be kept in there very long. Okay. Fear. Fear is a... Fear. I was going to say Fear is a good unit. Is she? Is she a good unit? What is Fear even? Fear is a Myrmidon. She comes at level 1. And she comes on chapter 9. So very, very low level. At a kind of late chapter. But she gets hard mode bonuses, which means her bases are going to be very high. And her growths are actually pretty decent. So Fear is kind of a trainee unit that also benefits a lot from the point in the game where you get her, because chapter 9 is the first chapter in the Western Isles. You recruit Fear and suddenly she has 4 entire chapters filled with access to look forward to be able to fight a lot of enemies with weapon advantage, to be able to dodge and attack them, snowball in terms of getting more strength, more speed, being able to kill more, being able to get more stats. The problem with Fear is her growths aren't that great, because yes, she has a lot of speed, skill, luck. Resistance is actually kind of decent. Promotion is going to do a lot for her because it's going to give her 30 base critical as a Swordmaster, but her strength isn't great. 25% strength growth. It's kind of a coin toss where you lose more than you win, you know? Like you throw 4 coins and no, well, it's like, technically speaking, you throw 2 coins and both of them have to land on heads. And if you don't get that, you lose strength. She's still a good unit. She has C weapon rank on base. The problem with Fear is running into the obvious comparison with the combat units you already have. Dieck is clearly better, Rutger is clearly better, and yeah, there's basically that. Competition for the hero crest is going to be very, very, very strong. But if you decide to train her, she is good. She needs investment, but if you invest, she's good. Also, her elemental affinity being fire is very good, because that means if you get her to support someone, the support is going to give her very, very strong bonuses, like it happened to me with Bartre. I think Bartre might be one of the best candidates, because then you get fire plus thunder, which is very high damage and critical. I think she also supports Karel, which is pretty relevant, and Noah. She definitely supports Noah, which is a decent support to have. I think Noah has either Dark or Ice, which is a void, so you can get the best of both worlds. Fear can become a bit more, can have better avoid, while also getting a lot of damage. Maybe not the best damage that she would get from Bartre, but still pretty good. So benefits a lot from supports, and has kind of good combat and can do things. She's either C or B, but I can't decide. Definitely think Bartre doesn't need the investment. I mean, she's B. She's B. Swordmasters are just very strong in this game. She needs the investment, but she's like the easiest trainable trainee ever. You just get her, you immediately put her in a fort in the middle of the sea in chapter 9, which means you need a flyer to rescue and drop. which you should have in chapter 9. And she's going to be blocking one of the reinforcement sides and luring all the other reinforcements. So basically, effectively blocking reinforcements from going for the rest of your army. She will be dodging absolutely everything, and if she gets hit by one enemy, she will eventually recover with vulnerability plus the fourth recovering her health. And she does a lot of damage, gets a lot of kills, should be around level 6 or 7 by the end of chapter 9. Then you can battle some axes on chapters 10 and 11, and even choke point the warrior by chapter 12 if you feel strong enough. So promotion can be reached very quickly. As I say, she needs the investment, but that investment isn't that difficult for you. And I guess the good thing about Fear is you get her starting levels very, very quickly, one after the other. If from the very beginning you see she's having a big problem in terms of growth, drop her. You know, she's easy to train, and if the training isn't going well, that's normally not a lot of wasted experience because you weren't going to fight those reinforcements anyway. And you see that Fear isn't doing very well, just drop her. Don't use her. Because if she doesn't get good growth, she's not there. Bit reliant on RNG for my taste, but if she gets good RNG, she's like on par with A tier units for combat and even better against bosses. She really saved my ass on my last run against bosses. 30 plus critical is just incredible. Speaking about 30 plus critical, Garret, kind of the complete opposite of of Fear in terms of what he brings as a unit. For example, Fear has C rank base in swords, which is pretty good. Maybe not incredible, but pretty good. Some units have D rank on base on the very, like on the previous chapter. Garret also has C rank, but he has C rank as a promoted unit on chapter 15. In this game you get a full rank at promotion, so Fear's C rank, for example, is effectively a B rank after promotion, and normally by the time you promote her, she's going to have another rank, so you could see her as a potential A rank swords user at promo. Garret is already promoted, so he's never going to get that boost, and he has C rank. So his weapon rank has always been something very surprising to me. He's so bad at using axes, and axes is the only thing he will ever get to use. He doesn't promote, he just attacks with axes and hopes to hit enough enemies to level those axes up to A rank, maybe B rank, to be able to use the Brave Axe. As a Berserker, he gets 30 innate critical, and he makes good use of that critical. He, having 30 critical with hand axes is actually incredibly scary, because you can just try and soften an enemy, and if you get lucky, you get the kill for yourself. He also has very strong strength. He has a very high HP pool, so even if his tankiness isn't incredible, he can tank a lot through HP, and he has decent speed. You could see him as a faster Bartre with more HP, but with much worse weapon ranks and worse availability. So that already tells me maybe I should put him under Bartre. He's just not there for some chapters where he would be good. For example, chapter 13, I would find Garret to be incredibly good against the big packs of cavalry. And yeah, even on chapter 12, I think he could find some use. But yeah, coming on chapter 15 is a bit late. So availability is not doing a good thing for you. And because of the thing you have going with the weapon ranks being bad, I'm actually going to put you on the low spectrum of C tier. I think Garret is like an average unit. He's a good filler. If you don't have a good axe user, don't hesitate to use Garret. But he's never going to be the best. He's lower than average in the sense that every other axe user you really invest into is going to get better, and he's kind of your last option for an axe, in the sense that he's the last one to come into your army. So yeah, by the point Garret appears, you normally have decided on one or two good axe users, maybe the unit you want to use armads. Armads is also a big problem for Garret because seed rank is simply not high enough. So yeah, getting to armads is going to be difficult. But yeah, Berserker bonuses are decent, so at least C tier I think is justified. Like, his combat is there. Oh, Geese. Geese is actually, Geese has something going for him that Garret doesn't. He has very good weapon ranks, B rank on base, which means after promo he can immediately go up to A rank, and he's always prepared for promo. I'm pretty sure he's either level 10 or almost level 10. The problem with Geese is his stats aren't that good. He tries to be a balanced unit, having almost the same stat on speed, skill, luck, defense. But dude, you're not balanced, you're a berserker, you're a pirate, you want to promote into a berserker. One of the highest, maybe the highest damage dealing type of class in this game. So you shouldn't try to be tanky, reliable. No, you should just try to be an absolute beast that either one-shots or gets destroyed. That's the type of unit I'm expecting from you. And Geese doesn't get the best speed growth, doesn't get the best defense growth. He's so average in terms of growths. Also, he comes at a complicated place because he has immediate competition from Gonzales, who's actually right next to him. I'm going to talk about the three berserkers one after the other. All of them start by the letter G. I don't think I ever noticed. Yeah, Geese, yes, doesn't have the best combat, doesn't have anything unique. Being a pirate on base means you can work on water, but that's only helpful for your joining chapter, basically, because there's not a good point to go into the water in chapter 13. And then, yeah, he could be useful on chapter 14X, for example. That's the only thing I can think of. But a flyer would do better. So what's the point? Geese is simply not very good. Not very good. Combat is still better than F tier units, obviously. But promotion with a hero crest, because yeah, berserkers need a hero crest in this game. Promotion with a hero crest. To turn into a berserker that doesn't really double, doesn't really tank, doesn't really deal a lot of damage because he also doesn't have like the best growth in strength ever. At least he's a candidate for armads. So you could say he's worse than Garret. He's definitely D tier. Better than Dayan and all this, because at least he has the availability. Coming chapter 10 or 11 is good. 10A, 11B. So he could even, get a bit more training in than Gonzales. That's good. That's good. But the growths aren't there. The potential isn't there. I actually think Cath is better due to pure utility. So I'm going to leave you there. D tier. I think you deserve to be in there, Geese. I've never found you to be a very unique type of unit. So I'm sorry to put you there, but I think it's fair. It's fair. It's fair. Alright, and now for Gonzales, to talk about the last berserker. Not the last one you get. Actually, the first one you get in some routes. Gonzales is one of the most loop-sided units you will find in the entirety of the Fire Emblem series. He has strength and speed, and nothing else. Now, unlike Bartre, it works for him because he also has something else, HP. So he's deceptively tanky. I would argue Gonzales can survive more fights than Barthe, depending on the enemy. Because, yeah, physical enemies don't do a lot of damage to Barthe, but Gonzales doesn't get doubled by them and is more likely to dodge them. And if the enemies have weapon disadvantage, or if the enemies are fragile, Gonzales might even one-shot them back. So there's some unseen tankiness in Gonzales, combined with the fact that he just hits like a truck. Absolutely insane amounts of strength and speed, combined with 30 critical innate as a berserker. You get... Gonzales might be the unit that is the most affected by route split, because you get him in both A and B route. It doesn't matter which one you go to, you will always get Gonzales. But the Gonzales you get will actually be very different. If you get Gonzales on chapter 10A, he will be a level 5, I'm pretty sure, level 5 Brigand, which is has good growths, has decent bases, and is just asking for you to give him a lot of kills, make him snowball into a death machine, and that's good. If you get Gonzales on 10B, you will get a solid bases unit that is already level 10, so he doesn't have the same room to grow. Maybe final stats are going to be worse, but he has the capability of being promoted immediately. So you can either get a unit that is ready to promote but not as good, or a unit that needs a bit of investment but is going to be better at combat. It's like, on average, I feel like A-Route Gonzales, the trainee Gonzales, is better because, Gonzales being solid, as I said, a Berserker being solid is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a unit that deals damage. And I think Gonzales does the trainee thing very well. I think he can get very good combat done on chapter 11A, for example, by placing himself on a peak. He can also get even better combat, and this is very well known, on chapter 13 by placing himself again on a peak, because that's kind of Gonzales' strong point. Being able to walk on mountains, on peaks, that's something that bandits and berserkers have. So yeah, I think that's great. I think Gonzales is not as reliable as an A rank, but has the good combat of a B rank, and his growths definitely make him better than Fear. As much as I like Fear, Gonzales is just more solid. He comes a bit later, but he's just better. And against Echidna, I actually think he turns up to be better than Echidna most of the time. So yeah, not better than Cecilia. Not better than Cecilia. Availability is stronger than Cecilia, but Cecilia at least has some utility. Gonzales, more often than I want to admit, I've had a Gonzales that was a solid unit, that was doing a lot of combat, and suddenly he gets unlucky with 2 hits and he's done. So his combat isn't perfect, while Cecilia, well, you can't miss a menth, you can't miss a physic, and you're normally not going to miss an Excalibur, to be honest. Gonzales can be a bit unreliable, and he needs the investment, but as a combat unit, I think it's uncontested that once you invest, he's better than Echidna, and to be honest, better than a lot of the people I see in here. So yeah, Gonzales B tier, kind of high. That's good. Okay. All right. Hugh. Let's talk about Hugh. Hugh is kind of interesting in the sense of he's interesting because of how uninteresting he is. I feel like Hugh should have been a pre-promoted sage. Hugh is a unit you recruit by talking to with Roy in chapter 16, so kind of late, and you have to give him a certain amount of money to get him as a unit. The less, like if you reject his first offer, he will give you a second one and a third one, and then he doesn't join. The more money you give him, like the earlier you accept his offer, his stats are going to be better. Which is weird, and it means if you want to get the best possible Hugh, you need to give him the highest possible money, which I'm pretty sure is 10k, so incredibly high. And in exchange, you get a pretty average mage, level 10, that wants to be the tanky mage, the high skill mage, maybe, the solid all-arounder mage. And it doesn't really work for him. He's a bit slow, so he doesn't get to double a lot. His magic is good, but not incredible. He has C rank tomes on base, which is just, it's not good enough. Hugh could be good if you got him a bit earlier, or if he was a bit better, if he was a pre-promo. I think Hugh being a pre-promo should have been a thing. Like, Hugh being a pre-promoted sage would have given him, that extra edge over Lugh and Lilina, over Clarine, over even, I don't know, Yodel and Niime. Like, being the first pre-promoted mage that maybe has a bit of staff utility. But instead you get Hugh, who after promo is going to have B ranking anima and E ranking staves, so staves aren't going to be that good, and he's not going to get them to be good enough so that they can compete with people like Niime or Clarine or I don't know. He's not great. He really isn't great. He's average at best. And he needs a certain amount of investment. Not incredible, but still he needs it. I think he's very comparable to Garret in that regard. Like, he's a bit late to the party. He could be, if he came earlier or if he was better, I could see him being something. But right now, he's not bringing a lot to the table, so yeah. Under or over Garret? I definitely think he's better than Cath. At least he can do some things. He's a more solid filler. Fills the same role as Garret, more or less, but Garret, I guess they are very similar, but Garret has the availability, but doesn't have the weapon rank. But he also doesn't have the weapon rank on steps, so you are per for the course. Yeah, maybe he can get to use 4 Blaze, but I think Garret is better. 30 critical as a berserker, that's good. Garret's combat is better, even with C rank access. Hugh normally doesn't get to do a lot of damage, but yeah. Okay, that's good enough for you. I think you deserve to be on C tier. Okay, Igrene. Igrene is my favorite character in this game. In case you didn't know, I think I've mentioned this in FE6 every time I get her. You might think it's Karel, because Karel is basically my channel brand, sort of. But it's not. It's Igrene. I really like Igrene. I think she's a hell of a character and a very interesting unit too. She's a pre-promoted sniper. Archers in this game are pretty bad. Pre-promo snipers actually behave surprisingly well, because you don't have to baby them through the early game, and by the point you get the snipers, you're normally going to face a decently high amount of flyers, especially if you're going Ilia. If you're going the Ilia route, you're going to face a lot of Pegasi that you can more or less one round with your archers. The infamous chapter 21 with a lot of wyverns. And yeah, yes, having a good two range unit, even if, as I said, snipers, just like archers, have the problem of not getting good enemy phase. I think Igrene has good combat. It's just that simple. She has good combat. She comes with B rank bows, so good enough bows to use everything but the silver bow and the mula gear. And the mula gear is still far away by the time you get her. You get her at the start of chapter 15. At the start of chapter 15, you are actually going to benefit a lot from having her because she can deal pretty well with the Valkyrie that is menacing you from the beginning, more or less. She's also, yes, pretty good at picking off enemies or trying to soften them. Comes with a killer bow, which is kind of one of the best, if not the best, bow in the game. Except for the Mulagir against Mana Kids, of course. Yeah, I think Igrene is just a very solid unit that gets health back by being a sniper. But still, as a sniper, you can't get anything better than her. Solid unit, doesn't need a lot of investment, very good speed growth also. So technically, people like to say a lot of good things about Klein as a Mulagir user. I feel like Igrene is the one that benefits the most from Mulagir. It's true, with the bonus, the +5 speed bonus that Mulagir gives, Klein is going to be very good, but with the +5 speed Igrene, who has even better speed, is just not going to double only mana kits but also wyverns, because wyverns are dragons and so they get effectiveness from divine weapons. So yeah, Igrene definitely B tier, and that's it. That's it, because I don't think she can compare to a unit with actual enemy phase, like Fear, like Echidna, but solid B tier, solid bow usage. She does what she does it very well, and yeah, I don't know, I feel like she's incredibly good. She's incredibly good, gets very underrated because of all the hate that bows get in GBA, but bows in FE6 are actually kind of decent, as long as you don't overextend and you don't overvalue their use. All right, Juno is, I really like Juno as a character. I think as a character she's one of my favorites, and it really pains me to say that as a unit she's bad. One thing I really like, kind of, one of my headcanons for a good pre-promo is for them to have trained up their secondary weapon. Let me explain that. If a pre-promo is providing you with things that an unpromoted unit isn't, they should have something that an unpromoted simply isn't able to get. For example, Echidna has a very good rank in access that simply no hero is going to be able to get by this point in the game. Same goes for Dayan having good swords. Swords are kind of difficult to train with nomads because they don't have that high of an strength growth, so normally you just prefer to chip and that's it. And also, more extreme case would be Niime having A rank in staves, so she's clearly a much better staff user than Raigh or Sophia promoted would be at this point. Juno has E rank in swords, and that's a big problem for me. If she had a better rank in swords, at least I would be able to say, she can switch between swords and lances Her combat might not be stellar, but she adapts to the situation. No, she has A-ranking lances, E-ranking swords. Very good lances, silver lance on base, okay, that's good. But you can only use lances. If you face an axe, you're forced to switch into an iron sword, which is just pathetic by the point of the game you join, which is chapter 20 Sakai. 20 Sakai is very late, very late. You're basically only going to get that same chapter where you normally don't get to do a lot through it. The Ilia Gaiden, which is not very good for flyers because it's full of walls, and chapter 21, where yeah, I can see you being more or less useful in terms of rescuing and dropping as a flyer, but that's all you're bringing to the table, rescue utility. Like, the only thing that Juno can actually do is rescue and drop. Because her combat is so far gone, like, her speed is not good enough, her constitution actually makes it so that that speed is even worse because she gets weighted down. Her strength isn't good enough to one-shot anything, let me tell you that. Her defenses aren't good enough to tank anything. Consistently, she can maybe take one attack, but that's it. She's not good. She's not good. She doesn't need investment, at least. She comes ready to rescue and drop, I guess. But even so, I mean, okay, better than Dorothy. Better than Dorothy simply due to the fact that, yeah, Dorothy can get good combat, but you need to invest. Juno can have good rescue drop and good, she can be a good taxi. Chapter 21, you need to avoid reinforcement zones. Deploy Juno, she flies over the reinforcement zones, and you don't care about it. And that's good, and that's something she can do without investment, and something that Dorothy can't even dream of doing. So yeah. There you go, Juno. I'm sorry to put you there, but I think it's pretty fair. And speaking of bad units that I like as characters, Karel. Karel is, first of all, he's the last unit you get in this game. You can only get him if you go through the good ending, and you get him on chapter 23. He's level 19 promoted, so only has one level to grow. And he has like the best growths in the game, all of them over 100 or so, 210% HP. Incredible growths. Of course, if you only have one level to grow, and if you only have one chapter to make use of those growths, because getting Karel to level 20 is actually not that easy. Do they even matter? Does having incredible growths even matter? It's funny that he has them, but yeah, he's not going to become insane. He's not going to get much better with that one level. So you should look at Karel basically only focusing on his bases. And his bases are good. His bases are good even for the point in the game where you are. He is decent, he can double mana kits, and he's a sword master with S rank, so he can use the Durandal and obviously Wyrm Slayers on base. He can also use the Wodao, comes with a Wodao, and the Killing Edge. So those are the four weapons that Karel basically needs at this point in the game. Against Wyverns and Mana Kits, he wants to use the Wyrm Slayer or Durandal, and against any other type of enemy, he wants to try and fish for a critical. He's filler. He's a filler unit coming incredibly late into the game and just trying to give you a way out if you don't have a good unit to deal with the Mana Kits. And I think that's valuable. I think that's good. And I think that alone makes Karel worth considering for your final team. But worth considering for your final team and nothing else is not a good unit. Karel has been missing throughout the whole game. Karel is not a unit that you need to deploy at the very end. And to be honest, with the low amount of deployments you get in FE6 final chapter, you probably would rather bring a unit that you have trained, that you have cared for, and that has brought you to this point in the game. So Karel, I think he's solid filler. But yeah, F for filler. Because he's just too late to do anything relevant, unique, to provide anything to your army. Definitely better than these people, because at least he can do something. At least he can do something like Dorothy. Get the fuck out of here. But I don't think he's better than Juno, for example. I don't think he's better than Juno. If you train Dorothy for the whole game, I don't think she's as good as Karel in chapter 23. But at least she would be able to do some things throughout the game, I guess. Yeah, Karel, yes. He's good against mana kids. I guess that's his selling point. If he was like the strongest the strongest berserker in the game, he wouldn't be as good, because you would have to give him armats, or else he has to rely on killer access and stuff like that. But at least Karel doesn't need to use up a divine weapon, because he can always use the Worm Slayer, and then he's pretty decent against just normal wyverns and mana kids and all that. Also, generally doesn't face any critical risk from mana kids. So yeah, he has a solid unit to take care of mana kids, and that's basically his role. Comes incredibly late, but is still better than Boars. You know what? Not better than Dorothy. Dorothy is there for a very long time. Very, 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 very long time. Just the cheap damage that Dorothy provides if you try to use her, and her attacking a wyvern in chapter 7, I think that makes her better. So yeah, if this doesn't show how, impartial I'm trying to be, because I really like Karel, I don't think what can show you my impartiality better than this. Okay, now Klein. Already talked about Igrene, and most of what I said about Igrene applies to Klein. Snipers are actually kind of decent, and Klein, in my opinion, Klein has good starting stats, but doesn't get the best growth ever, so Igrene has a slight edge over him. But that same edge he gets back in the form of better weapon rank, because he has A rank on base, which is very good. A silver bow on base and almost a guaranteed Mula doesn't get the best speed, but the Mula can fix that, and also he has more chapters to grow, because he's there for longer. Igrene comes on chapter 15. Klein can come as early as chapter 10, so that's a big gap. It's true that Klein isn't going to be what did I just do there with my mouth? Klein isn't going to be helpful in a lot of those chapters. I think in chapter 14 you might as well not deploy Klein, and I think on chapter 11b, if you got him on chapter 10, he's also not that valuable. But chapter 12, hitting through the walls, that's good. And chapter 13, ballista use might be like one of the best ballista uses in FE6. So he has the availability. At the end, the best combat unit out of the two is Igrene. I'm ready to die on this hill. But I have to admit that Klein, even though he's slightly worse, is there for longer, and so deserves to be higher. So higher than Igrene, as I said, and probably higher than Fear. Like Fear has better availability, but No, I'm going to leave them like this. They are pretty similar, both of them. And I don't think the availability makes a big difference between the two. So, yeah, one next to the other. That's good enough. Oh, Lalum. Lalum. An interesting unit here, but I've already talked about the type of unit she is. She's a dancer. Not a Barthe, an actual dancer, but they both do the same. They give you an extra turn. So obviously she has to go to S tier. You get Lalum if you go A route. You get Elphin if you go to B route. I normally get Lalum because I prefer A route, but I've gone B route on my last try and it was actually pretty fun. So yeah, I don't know. They are basically the same unit. I think Elphin has a bit more HP, like a 10% more, and Lalum has like 10% more luck and speed. So even though this is completely stupid, I feel like Lalum is slightly better because if you ever want to do something like in terms of combat, dancer combat, hear me. If they get attacked, they have to rely on dodging. And normally Lalum is better at doing that. And also, I think Lalum has a slightly better resistance. And resistance is more important because if you get targeted by anything, it's going to be a bolting. So, yes, the most minor difference ever that makes Lalum slightly better, I feel. Also, I think Lalum has less trouble being useful in Chapter 11A than Elphin has in Chapter 11B. Because, well, in 11B there's Ballista. Basically, there's that. So Ballista can one-shot Elphin, while Lalum can just advance, more or less protected by your army all together through the lower side of 11A. And that's good. Yeah, so a bit higher, yeah, yes, a teeth bit higher. Just to make the difference, to be completely fair, to not make them absolutely equal, because, yeah, the important thing about them is their utility, but I have to place them in some way. This is an order tier list. And I'm going to have to make another comparison here. Everything I said about Alan, the incredible availability, the incredible combat, the competition for the Nightcrest, the problems they can face, the slight reliance on RNG to get good growths, all of them apply to lands. And they both come at the same chapter and almost on the same position, and their growths are very similar. But I think that lands is better, because if you compare their growths and their bases, Lance has a slightly better speed. And even though I think there are other stats, and other stats can be very important, and Alan, if Alan gets good speed, he becomes a better combat unit, because his damage and defense on base are very good. I think Lance, having a higher speed growth and a higher speed base, gets him to the point where he's doubling enemies earlier. And doubling enemies is important for snowballing purposes. If you start killing a lot of enemies, you get a lot of stats. If you get a lot of stats, you are suddenly getting more stats. And there's that. So I think Lance, due to having better speed, has an easier time getting to the point where he snowballs uncontrollably and just becomes a beast that runs through the whole game. And also, just another very minor point, Lance supports Clarine, which is a very good support to have. Because Clarine, as I said, is a very good unit, so Lance having a good support with her, it's just, it's good. It's good. It is slightly better. I'm pretty sure Alan has fire affinity, so his supports are technically better, but he doesn't support anyone incredibly important except for Roy. And Roy is also supported by Lance, so yeah, it doesn't really matter. There's nothing to break the tie in there. Okay. Lilina. Lilina. Lilina is an interesting unit. She's a mage. Coming on chapter 8. Pretty late in chapter 8 because you have to go around to be able to talk to her. Normally, like, she doesn't have. You get her from the very beginning of chapter 8, but what she has to do for the early part of that chapter is basically dodge an archer that's trying to attack her. So you have to put her in a position where she doesn't get attacked by the archer. It's a bit difficult to explain, but if you ever see or if you ever play chapter 8, you will understand what I'm talking about immediately. The key point is that she doesn't have a weapon, and she won't get a weapon until you reach her with your army. So even though you are able to control her, she's not going to be getting any experience until you, I don't know, attack some enemies at the end of chapter 8. She's a mage that's very, very, very focused on high magic and high resistance. And she doesn't have the best speed. Her speed isn't bad. Her speed is simply a bit unreliable to get up. But if you get good speed on Lilina, she will be able to destroy almost anything. And going for overkill magic is actually not a bad option in this game because a lot of enemies have low resistance and you get to use bolting at some point in the game. So by giving her a high magic with bolting, you can do a lot of interesting things. She also supports Raigh, which is very good. Like, supporting Raigh can be a deciding factor in her damage because she has, I'm pretty sure she has Thunder affinity and Raigh has Fire affinity. That's a very good combination. If you put both of them in range of the other, they can deal good amounts of damage. So yeah, her combat can be good. She just has to be trained. Training her isn't horrible because training a mage is simply, consistent on letting her hit things and normally not getting retaliated, so there's no risk to be applied. But she is a bit fragile and she is a bit of a pain to train at the very beginning. I still feel like putting her in a much lower tier than Fear would be unfair because she's more or less the same type of unit. Can get to be very good, has a slightly annoying growth. In Fear's case is strength, in Lilina's case it's magic. Fear feels more of a purely combat-oriented role. Lilina has a bit more utility, as I said, with maybe using bolting in the future, Air Caliber for effective damage against wyverns. An early promotion would allow her to become a secondary healer, even though her staff rank would be pretty bad. So yeah, she's there, and she's better than Igrene, and I honestly don't think she's better than Klein. Because Lilina would be promoted by the time you get Igrene, but normally I wouldn't have a promoted Lilina by the time you get Klein. Especially if you're going B route. So if I'm comparing availability, I'm doing a bit, like, it's a bit difficult to justify a decision at this point, but yeah, under Klein I think is good. I think Fear is more consistent. I think Fear, even if her damage is poor, it's easier to fix than poor speed on Lilina, because Lilina can easily go for the entire game without getting any point of speed, and then you're just out. She's not going to have good combat. She's going to be able to do a lot of damage. As a 4-blaze user, she's very good though, because very high magic means she might reach the threshold to one-shot mana kits. But that's about it. Solid unit, B tier. Could be better, could be worse. B tier is good. It's like my average. Average good. To be honest, my true average unit I think is Fa. even though she's no average type of unit, but in terms of performance, I mean. Another pretty average unit would be Lot. This guy right here, if we have to talk about him. Lot is a fighter you get on chapter 2, so good availability, D rank base in access, that's fair at that point in the game. The interesting thing about Lot are his growths. Unlike other fighters or berserkers that try to be either very attack oriented or very balanced, Lot simply ditches most of his stats for good defense and a decent speed. So what's lacking with Lot is basically strength. He's tanky and his speed makes it so that he doesn't easily get doubled, but his strength is not great. He's a weird unit because you're normally not going to lack damage with Lot due to the fact that he uses axes. Axes are a very strong type of weapon, very focused on might and not accuracy. Lot's skill and luck are not stellar, but are good enough so that he doesn't really mind the accuracy being low. So if he tries to use, for example, a steel axe pretty early into the game, he might be able to fix that low strength. He depends on growths, but having a high defense growth is something pretty unique in FE6, and Lot is actually like one of your highest defensive units on the early game. Also, we have to take into account that promotion from fighter to warrior it has incredible growths. It actually gives 5 skills, so let me correct what I said about the skill not being great. Skill is pretty consistent. Lot is just like a very consistent unit. Very consistent axe user from the very beginning. Yeah, he's no Dieck, he's no Christmas Cap, he's not even, I don't know, at the same level as Noah in my opinion, but he can do combat. He can do it well. He needs a bit of investment, but he normally gives something in return, so I'm going to put him over Bartre under Fear. This is the true average unit, in my opinion, Lot. Vice is slightly better than that, but putting her into B tier feels a bit unjustified because she does have like very limited uses and she just fills a certain niche. She doesn't have combat per se, so C. Lot in C. That's good. Alright, Lugh is pretty good. Lugh is a mage, and you get him very, very, very early. First magical unit you get, and in terms of like magical, like mages, units that can actually deal magical damage, you're going to be waiting for a while because you get Lilina on chapter 8, so you get Lugh chapter 3. It's true you already have Elen, but no way you promote Elen. There's not even an item to do that with. More healers, and then Lilina. Yeah, so Lugh is along as your soul mage for a while in a game, as I said, where magic is pretty strong, where a lot of enemies have low resistance. I didn't mention this with Lilina, but magic is very light, so it's very easy for a mage to double. That's why Lilina doesn't really mind not having the best magic, the best speed ever, because she's not going to get weighted down by anything except, I don't know, Hellfire. So fire and thunder are very easy to wield, very easy to double with, and Lugh can just start working on that weapon rank and on those stats very early on, softening enemies, doing very accurate attacks against scary cavalry, against even, I don't know, nomads on forests in chapters like 4 and 5. That can be very useful. 1-2 range is good, and it's going to be very good by the end of the game, but at the beginning he struggles a little bit. Still, I feel like Lugh is the unit. When I talked about the way to cheese all the wyverns in chapter 21 by putting a mage with her caliber in the middle of a forest, the unit that comes to mind, I'm not going to lie, is Lugh. Lugh has normally a lot of speed, maybe slightly less magic than Lilina, but a lot of speed, a lot of skill. So he's a very reliable damage dealer. Sometimes he falls a bit short in terms of being able to actually kill the enemy. But yeah, as I said, high speed is a good stat for snowballing in terms of damage. And because he's a bit frail, his enemy phase is never going to be stellar. But if you place him well, and if you don't let him fight an overwhelming amount of enemies, he will actually be able to have even some good enemy phase, you know? So, yeah. He's good. He's good. He comes early. He's good. He's consistent. He doesn't really have any low points. He's just not incredible, but A rank. A rank has to be. Lugh has to be A rank over Astohl. Astohl is probably going to be the lowest one in A rank, to be honest. I need to put him there because of utility, but he's probably going to be the last one. Lugh versus Dieck is an interesting dilemma. I feel like Dieck has a stronger early game, Lugh has a stronger late game, and mid game they are basically the same. They both benefit a lot from the Western Isles. I guess Dieck is slightly better during that. I also think Dieck is a good candidate for both Durandal and Armaths, while Lugh is an incredible candidate for 4-Blaze. 4-Blaze usage is a bit better. Staff rank is never going to be incredible for Lugh. I'm going to leave you there. That's high enough, Lugh. That's high enough. I definitely think, yeah, Dieck is a bit better. Lugh can have a bit of utility. He has some places where he behaves better, but for the early part of the game, he's going to be more of a trainee, while Dieck is already putting in the work. So I'm going to leave you there, Lugh. I think that's good enough. Ooh, okay. Now we're going to talk about a long debated unit. Marcus. Marcus follows the classical Jagen archetype of a very strong paladin coming at chapter 1, accompanying your lord, kind of in a mentor sort of role, and then falling off hard, very hard. In this case, incredibly hard. I would almost say unsalvageable, to the point of unsalvageable, because enemies in this game have high stats, very competitive stats. You need to be able to reach those stats, those speed benchmarks, damage benchmarks, defense. And Marcus easily fits those benchmarks at the very beginning. On hard mode, he's able to leave every fighter on chapter 1 at 1 HP, which means he's the definitive unit to leave your units, to leave enemies ready for you to claim with someone else. Is that good? It is. People sometimes complain that Marcus, he isn't even able to kill them. Why would you want them to kill him? Why would you want Marcus to kill them? It's not a good idea. Marcus is a unit that has very poor growth, that is already promoted, so he's not going to get promotion bonuses, that simply isn't going to get better. He's as good as you get him at the very beginning. So the best thing for Marcus is for you to use him a lot at the beginning, for him to, soften a lot of enemies for the units with actual growth like Alan, like Lance, to an extent, Roy even, to give them kills, to make them better. And then Marcus simply goes into hiding by the end of chapter 8, more or less. Because at that point, the enemies are starting to become stronger, his stats are starting to be lower. I feel like Marcus can even have sort of a good combat role during chapter... can I say it, please? During chapters 9 and 10, because there's a lot of axe users, and maybe, Marcus with a sword doesn't double them, but has good enemy face in the sense that he doesn't get doubled either. He has enough speed to double the enemies, he has enough strength to do a good amount of damage, he has an incredible weapon rank, allowing him to use the silver lance, although in the first chapter you definitely want to give him an iron sword, so that he's not using up the silver lance. And yeah, he's just a unit that I honestly can't see myself playing FE6 without, because he makes the early game so much easier. Chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, and even to an extent 5 almost need Marcus to function. And it's not like he's not going to be useful up until you decide to retire Marcus on chapter 11 or so. He's solid. And the best part about this is he never cost you anything. You didn't need to invest into him. He never stole experience because he almost didn't kill anything. Why would you obsess over training someone else, like over softening up enemies with someone else? Is it that important for you to get those minimal experience gains with, I don't know, for example, Cath attacking an enemy and leaving them harder to kill than Marcus would? No. So, as I'm saying all of this as setup for the fact that I'm putting Marcus highest so far. I think he's more useful than the dancers because he is more essential at the early game than they are through the mid to late game. I think you can play the game without the dancers, and I think playing the game without Marcus is too complicated. I think Marcus makes the game much easier, and I think he's one of those essential units that you would be stupid not to use. And as I said, S tier is simply that, stupid not to use. S for stupid not to use. So there goes Marcus. I know there are some people in this community that really value growths and all that. They are probably screaming and yeah, why? Deal with it, please. Merlinus. Okay, here's a meme. Merlinus is a combo unit, doesn't have any actual combat, has 25 constitution, which is the highest in the game, so can't get rescued. He's a portable convoy that doesn't really matter that much, because unlike in FE7 where if Merlinus dies, then anything you get and can't fit into your inventory can't go and you have to throw it. In this game, if Merlinus dies, you can still send things to Merlinus. Like, Merlinus doesn't need to be deployed for you to store things into Merlinus. So, he's not useful. He can be deployed in certain instances. For example, chapter 21 is a chapter where I usually deploy Merlinus because of having so many deployment slots and him... him being able to give you a lot of the things that you maybe want to sell in the secret shop. For that same reason, chapter 16 could be a chapter where you consider deploying Merlinus. Merlinus has a thing going for him, which is if he gets killed, he doesn't actually get killed, he returns on the next chapter. That's the sole type of utility that I feel Merlinus provides to your army that is actually worth something, like it's worth something. And for that reason, I'm going to put him over Bors. And I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. This is a legitimate thought I have. Why would I put Bors higher than a unit that allows me to lure an enemy into attacking them and doesn't actually get killed? Merlinus works incredibly as a bait. If the enemy wants to kill something, you can put, I don't know, Merlinus can act as a barrier that gets destroyed immediately. That's more valuable than whatever Bors does through the whole game. Aside from that, Merlinus is a horrible unit. You should never deploy him seriously. Like, he doesn't deserve to be deployed consistently, because taking up that deployment slot is not worth it. In FE7, they actually gave him the ability of being deployed without consuming a deployment slot. Then Merlinus is definitely worth it, because why wouldn't you? But yeah, Merlinus in FE6, yes, not the best, not the best. Incredible unit right now in Miledy. Let me just sit myself better. Okay. Miledy, incredible unit. What hasn't been said about Miledy? She comes in chapter 13, an unpromoted Wyvern Lord at level 10. She can be promoted immediately, or you can train her for a little bit, which is normally what most people choose to do, because her growths are so good. She has very good strength, very good speed. Promotion for item is also pretty solid. I think it's +2 on everything, more or less. She can wield killer lances without getting weighted down. She can wield javelins. She gets swords, although she doesn't make good use of them. Killer lance is basically her weapon of choice, and she does incredibly well with them. She has very, very high strength, skill, and speed, so she's an incredibly offensive unit, and her HP and defenses are also nothing to laugh at. She, more often than not, caps like strength, skill, and speed before promo, and she can even cap them after promo. Hard move bonuses are going crazy with Miledy. By chapter 13, you are not going to have a better flyer than her. It's true, Shan and Tate get a lot of time to do things, and Miledy is sort of coming a bit late at chapter 13, but the things she can do, the fact that she comes just before chapter 14, where you desperately need a very strong flyer like her, so she's able to destroy a lot of enemies in chapter 14. Chapter 14X, she's also very good. 15, she's also very good. 16, maybe she's not the best or the most appropriate unit for her, but she's also very good. And by that point, you start thinking, okay, maybe this is one of the best units in the game. And she simply is. She's better than Marcus even. What she brings to the table, and the things that only Miledy can do compared to the things that only Marcus can do on the early game, I think are more important. And by the point where you, I don't know, where you pass the very flyer, there are certain chapters in FE6 that really require flyers, or a good flyer, to be completed swiftly, and those are the ones where Miledy really shines. But I think her strong point compared to, for example, Marcus, there are certain chapters where only a Marcus can do that. Miledy, there are certain chapters where only a Miledy can do that. But once you get to a chapter where they aren't really that needed, that's where Miledy also shines, because her combat is still good. And if you train her enough, she can wield the multi, and she can even be relevant against the mana kids at the very end. Not that relevant, mind you, like she one-runs them, but she's definitely not the most appropriate unit, doesn't get the best critical or anything. She's just very good. So yeah, maybe Miledy isn't absolutely incredible on chapter 25, but she's incredible on chapters 13 to 23. So clear S tier, best unit we've talked about so far. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Good. It's like there's so many reasons to put Miledy high. She also has 1-2 range. I already talked about this Javelin. Promotion item is not really that contested because you get a lot of Elysian whips. Yeah, yes, it's like the game is suited for her. And bases are incredible. She has like 15 on strength and speed on base, so you don't even have to train her that much. She's just good on base. If you want to promote her immediately, she will still be one of your best units in terms of stats by the end. She doesn't get really nerfed by you promoting her earlier. More like the opposite. She becomes immediately good, even if you are taking away some of that late game potential by doing that. Alright, Niime. Ooh. Niime is a unit I really enjoy. I find it a bit difficult to explain why I find Niime so good compared to other units like, I don't know, Yoda. Because they are very similar, aren't they? Niime comes on chapter 20 on Sakai and on chapter... I think it's chapter 18 and not 17, but I'm not completely sure. Chapter 18 in Ilia. Yeah, because 17 is the one where the ocean's parting. You know? Or the bishop's teaching or something like that. One of those. While the first one where you're actually fighting in the middle of the snow and with Pegasite, that's the one with Niime. Niime is very good. She has weird combat, very good magic, and some actually decent speed. So she can double and kill some slow enemies. But her true potential comes from her weapon ranks being a double A. A rank in Dark and A rank in Staves. A rank in Staves means immediately incredible for things like warping, physics, restores, and even offensive states that you maybe have been keeping for a while. Normally Niime is going to be on... She might very well be the highest magic unit you have by that point in the game. She has like 18 magic. It's not even absolutely insane, but she could easily contest with Clarine, Cecilia, Elen. The only one unit that I could think has better magic than her on average is probably Saul. And that's good to have two units that are so good at using staves. But yeah, Niime, yes, being able to use the warp on base without any investment, being able to also use Eclipse, which is kind of good for utility to break walls, and also using physics to recover incredible amounts of HP. She can get you almost to full with a physic. I don't know, I feel like Niime is very good. Her only problem, her sole problem is her availability, because being war ready and as powerful as she is and all that is incredible, but availability is a problem. She comes late, and in Sakai she comes even a bit too late for my liking. I normally prefer going Ilia. I prefer Ilia. And so I had an idea of Niime being more useful for longer, but my last run I went Sakai and I got reminded of how annoying it is to have Niime only for like 3-4 chapters before she does absolutely nothing. So Niime, although availability is a problem, she can't be lower than B tier. She can't be lower. I feel like Cecilia is a bit comparable in terms of the weapon rank and all that. Cecilia's combat is a bit better due to Anima and A rank and coming earlier, so more 4-blaze use. Oh, another thing Niime is also very good at doing, using the Apocalypse, which is the divine weapon for Dark. I think she's probably the best Apocalypse user with almost no investment also. So that's something very good. Definitely better than you and you. Definitely better than Fear and than Echidna. The thing is, do I think you are better than Gonzales or Cecilia? The warp and all that, because of low investment, I'm already leaning to this, because by the time Gonzales starts being like a good relevant combat unit, it's going to be what, around chapter 15, more or less. Chapter 15 compared to chapter 17, 18, there's not that big a difference. So yeah, I feel like Niime is better, but compared to Cecilia, Cecilia can do more for longer and also has rescue drop. And yeah, and Cecilia can get to be a ranking in my egg. Maybe her warp range isn't as good, maybe her physique doesn't heal as much, but she's there for longer, and that's valuable. So Cecilia over Niime, just slightly, is pretty fair, just due to availability. Okay. Noah. Noah is an interesting unit. He's a cavalry. It's very important to take that into account when valuing Noah, because cavalry is very powerful in this game. You might already notice because I've talked about 3 cavalry and they are S, A, and A tier. I can already tell you Noah isn't going to be as high. I still think he's a solid unit. He comes on chapter 8, and you definitely need some good combat in chapter 8. And Noah doesn't have the stats or even the growth to compete with the Christmas Cavaliers, because he comes a bit later and they've probably snowballed into actually very good units, while he still needs to go through his own training arc. That doesn't make Noah bad in any way. Like, he's good, he's just average, and he has all the utility that comes with being a cavalry. He also has something very particular and unique about him, which is his weapon ranks. He has D rank in lances and C rank in swords. His sword rank is actually incredibly high, so he can use killing edges on base, which makes his combat much better. And he also can still use, javelins and iron lances and steel lances on base, which is pretty good for damage. So has that decent combat, has that availability coming on chapter 7, has good swords to be useful throughout the Western Isles. And yeah, if you train him and if you give him a Nightcrest, he will probably end up being a solid combat unit. It's just that his bases and growths don't give him that much speed, that much defense or strength, I guess, and he will end up being not incredible in terms of combat. So he's average, more or less average. Feel like the comparison for Noah is to go up against Lot. Lot is there for longer. Yeah, but Lot simply doesn't have the cavalry utility, so I think this is fair. Noah is good. Don't get me wrong. He might even deserve to be on B tier. Some people would be horrified that I'm putting Noah lower than Igrene, because Igrene is an archer and Noah is a cavalry. But yeah, the fact is that although Noah's combat is the combat that you would come to expect from a cavalry, most of his utility comes from his class. And Igrene simply has actually better combat and some other interesting options, and as I said, weapons being very menacing. Noah, in a game with a bit just a bit less quality in terms of enemy combat, he would be better. If the enemies were a bit weaker, he would be much better, because he would be easier to train, he would be easier to get to even snowball a little bit, he would be more competent. But right now he faces a lot of competition for promotion item, and yeah, when you use Noah you have to think to yourself, I'm just using a cavalry that is clearly a worse alternative than the Christmas Cavaliers, and clearly a worse alternative for the early game than my Paladins, and that's fine, but it's something I have to have in mind. So C tier, yeah, around there on average, together with Lot. I think that's pretty fair. Ogier. Ogier, a unit I haven't thought about for a while. Because he's kind of forgettable. It's kind of forgettable. Okay, Ogier is a mercenary you get on chapter 8. He comes in a pack together with Barthe and Wendy. We have to talk about Wendy yet. Ogier isn't that bad. Like, on bases, on growths, if you look at him, you might think, yeah, this guy is like similar to Dieck, right? He is a bit speedier, he's a bit more hard hitting, he's maybe a bit less tankier. So comparing him to Dieck and putting one to the side of the other might seem like a good idea. The problem with Ogier is that he has the stats and the growths of a slightly more trainee version of Dieck, but he comes on chapter 8 and Dieck comes on chapter 2. And yeah, Ogier has technically some chances to be trained on the Western Isles, but because he's a trainee mercenary, his speed isn't incredible, so he's already falling short of the benchmark where it's easy for him to kill fighters. He doesn't double them. So you desperately need to give him speed. So you either give him a lot of kills during chapter 8 and 8x and hope that he gets better, or he simply doesn't reach in time. I think that Ogier is not very good. It's not very good. I'm going to be honest here. I think his class is good, but the very, very high competition for the hero crest and he has his average, very RNG reliant stats don't make him into a good option for any army. His bases are just not good, and that makes him very difficult to train, more difficult than he should be. And then he doesn't really grow that well. Also, his constitution I think is a bit lower than Dieck, so he can struggle a little bit with wielding axes. And it's not like with Echidna, where speed is so high that you don't mind getting weighted out by some things. Ogier simply doesn't get a lot. So I mean, in here, like, better than Geese, because he's there for longer and he could be better. But between Ogier and Cath, I don't even know. I think Cath is higher just due to utility. Yeah, like, so I'm looking at people. Do these people deserve to be higher than Ogier? And I think they do. Because maybe Garret and Hugh aren't incredible, but at least they have one thing going for them. They don't need to be trained that much. Hugh might not be incredible, he does need the Guiding Ring, but you give him the Guiding Ring and you have a decent sage. Decent sage that can support you with a bit of healing, and Ogier is just a purely combat focused unit that doesn't do the combat that well and that is going to need to be babied through the Western Isles, where normally a lot of units want to be getting experience. So yeah, he tries to be like Fear, but he doesn't do it that well, because Fear has very good bases for her starting point. That's the good thing about Fear. Her bases actually justify training her. Ogier's don't. So D tier, and that's it. Okay, Perceval. Another incredible unit here. Perceval is a pre-promoted paladin. I'm pretty sure level 5 paladin with very good stats and hard mode bonuses. Not exactly hard mode bonuses. He can be recruited on chapter 13 and then he doesn't get hard mode bonuses. But that recruitment is very difficult to achieve, so normally people prefer to get him on chapter 15. Basically because the only chapter he actually misses in 13, he's basically at the end of the map, so it doesn't really matter, is chapter 14, full of sand, so he's not that relevant there. So yeah, mostly people would prefer to just delay his recruitment to chapter 15, where he's more easily accessible and you can just talk to him with either Elphin or Lalum and he comes into your army. Incredible bases, incredibly high strength, skill, speed, and very good defense and resistance with an also very high HP pool. So an all-rounder that doesn't really do anything wrong. Also incredible weapon ranks, A rank in swords and lances, and I'm pretty sure either C or D rank in axes, which doesn't really matter because once you control 2 weapons in the main weapon triangle, you basically have it all in your favor. And I'd argue swords and lances are the most important ones to have. He can use javelins. He might have the best javelin combat in the whole game, even better than Miledy, because Miledy does struggle with certain types of enemies. She's not as well suited to battle mages. Perceval might be like one of the best mage killers, if not the best mage killer in the game. His high resistance and good speed and physical damage really allow him to deal a lot of damage back to them. So he deals better with mages. He also doesn't have any problem with archers, unlike Miledy, who needs the Delphi shield. So for the first chapter, she has to be a bit careful with that. And yeah, he generally just has very good combat. His growths aren't as good as Miledy's, so at the end he's not going to be as good. But during his joining chapter, for like 4 or 5 chapters more, he's going to have better combat than her. Now, Paladin mobility is slightly worse than Flyer mobility, and you do get Miledy to be very helpful during chapter 14. So even though Perceval is one of the best combat units in the game, has one of the best rescue dropping potential in the game, basically does absolutely nothing wrong. If there's one unit I think is better than him, it's Miledy. I do think he's better than Marcus. They both fulfill more or less the same role. In my mind, there's like a bit of a funny thing where you can basically get a pre-promoted paladin to carry you through the whole game. At different instances, Marcus can be like the unit to carry you from chapters 1 to 7. At that point you get Zealot down here, and Zealot can basically remain relevant from chapters 1 to 13. Then on chapter 14 you're better off not having a paladin, and then you get Perceval, who can carry you to the end game. When I say Perceval's combat falls off a little bit, I mean he doesn't grow as well as maybe a Christmas Cavalier or Miledy, but his bases are so good it doesn't really matter. He can still one round Wyverns on chapter 21 because he's just that good. He can still one round basically anything, and as long as you don't get incredibly unlucky with every level he gets, he stays with one of the best stat spreads for the late game. I'm just saying that Miledy does go into a bit more of an overkill combat mode that will even allow her to go against enemies she's not particularly good against, like generals or some bosses, while Perceval might struggle a little bit with them. So I think Miledy has the upper edge due to that, to a bit of availability and to movement, player movement being better. So yeah, S rank, second one in S rank. We're talking about a very good unit here, and I think that's completely fair. Compared to the others, his availability might be a bit of a slight problem because coming chapter 15, he already missed like the first half of the game. So if you wanted to say that you really want to put Marcus over him because of Marcus being so essential on the early game, and then Perceval coming at a point where maybe a very well trained Alan or Lance are better than him, I would understand. But in my mind, Perceval's combat is generally better than Alan and Lance, basically due to weapon ranks, but especially due to resistance. Resistance is something that Elen and Lance are never going to be especially good against, and there are points in the game where you need to fight a lot of mages or a lot of mixed enemies, like both physical and magical enemies, and Perceval, I think, is the best unit in the game at doing that. In Chapter 16 is one of the strongest examples of needing to fight a combined pack of physical and magical enemies. And Perceval is is coming in the chapter just before you need to do that in Chapter 15. So a good example there of Perceval's utility. Okay. Now to talk about Raigh. Raigh is an interesting unit. I can't quite say what it is about Raigh that makes me feel like he's not the best, but he simply is, and I guess he's in that pack of slightly average units. He's a shaman. First shaman you get in the game. He uses dark magic, which means you get an exciting new different type of magic. But it doesn't really do anything new. He really wants to be using flags because Nosferatu is too heavy. It deals a lot of damage, but it's too heavy to make any use of. And then you have no type of magic for druids except what Eclipse, which can be used by Niime quite effectively, but yeah, you get it kind of late. And yeah, it's really like the main use of a druid in this game is staff usage because of their generally high magic stat and staff rank as enemies, and in the case of Niime. But Raigh doesn't really have that. He has C rank in Dark, so at least he's doing well in terms of reaching Apocalypse in time for, being able to deal with mana kits. He might be one of the best candidates. He might even be a better candidate than Niime after some investment, because C rank, when being unpromoted, means he might easily outclass her in terms of Dark Magic rank. But I don't think that extra rank and those extra levels he has over Niime are worth his inferior staff rank, because A rank is just incredible. He just lacks the utility to be considered among the best mages in FE6, and he also lacks the pure combat to be comparable to someone like Lilina or like Lugh. Doesn't exactly come late, he comes on chapter 12, but he's a bit lackluster at times. He also needs to use the Guiding Ring, which is kind of in high competition. He's not slow, but he also isn't particularly fast, so killing things might be a bit of a challenge. He's kind of balanced. If you want to try to do Nosferatu tanking in this game, which I don't recommend at all, Raigh is probably the best candidate because he actually has some defenses, but they are never going to be insane, and his HP pool isn't crazy either. So I mean, he's like average, definitely here and better than you and you, just because of availability. And I mean, dark magic is still magic, so it's kind of very light in this game. When compared to Elen, that's when I start to struggle. Like, he needs some investment, and to be honest, Elen might just be a staff bot. But at the least, she's able to do all that staff botting without any type of promotion. If you want Elen to keep going as a priest until level 20 and never promote her, she's still going to be able to provide you with healing. But his combat is never going to get better. He will not gain the ability to heal without a guiding ring. Chapter 12 also, yeah, is much later than chapter 2. So I think here is where I want to leave you, Raigh. I do think that these units have the early game going for them, or in some cases, the lack of need of investment. Like, Cath doesn't need the promotion. Elen doesn't really need the promotion. It won't give her almost anything, and Bartre already has the promotion going. So, yeah, you're well there. Yeah, a complete tier under Lilina sounds very okay to me, because Lilina is similar to you in some aspects, but she does better the power mage kind of role, you know, the high damage mage that you don't quite go for. Yeah, so C rank, middle of C rank. It's not like Raigh is bad. I want to stress once again, units in C rank aren't exactly bad. They are just kind of lackluster. They have better versions of their own role, or they are just inferior in some aspects to other units that are in higher tiers. So you don't really see reasons to use these units over the ones over them, but it doesn't mean that they are unusable. In fact, the main definition of a C tier unit might be usable but not required, if that makes sense. Fa might be the only one that maybe deserves to go a tier over them, because she is a bit more unique, but she has so many things that make her usage very specific and a bit extraneous that I think C tier is just fine. So yeah. Okay. Finally, time to talk about our boy, Roy. Roy is the lord of this game. And traditionally, in Fire Emblem games, I find that lords tend to be either one or a completely different thing. They are either very, very good units, or they are very, very, very disappointing units. And Roy definitely fits into the second category. You're not looking at a Chrome here. This is no Alm, no Edelgard, no Hector. No. Roy is needed in every map to conquer the throne, and conquering the throne will, in some maps, be the only action he takes. His combat is not bad at the beginning. He can deal with some enemies, he can dispatch some even very annoying enemies that only he can deal with effectively thanks to his use of the rapier, effective against armor and cavalry units. That armor and cavalry effectiveness is almost always going to be destined to the cavalry people, because the armors you can already take care of with other people. Roy gets some decent growths. He has a very, very large support pool with a very interesting set of supports, and his own support affinity is fire, which is among the best of the game. So he will get a lot out of the supports he gets during the game. Some of them are incredibly fast, like Lilina. Lilina is ready to support Roy in just one turn. So after one turn, they will both really benefit from a support. And if you come in there with also partial support from Elen and Lance and Marcus, you have your Roy ready to get a full support boost by chapter 8, more or less, or even earlier. So where does Roy start falling off, you could say? Well, during the Western Isles, you have a lot of enemy access, and you could think that Roy is going to really benefit from that. But Roy, as a sword unit, is not especially focused on speed. He's more of a balanced unit. So even though you could have gotten very lucky. With Roy, that's normally not going to be the case. He's not going to be able to double the access back, and that means he's not going to snowball into a monster of a unit like others do, especially because Roy tends to be kind of high level, so he's not going to benefit from extensive training like someone, for example, like Fear, like Ogier even. Ogier and Fear are low level, so they are really going to benefit from training against Axis. But Roy is normally around level 8, level 10 at this point, so he doesn't get a lot of levels, he doesn't get much stronger. And as you advance, you start realizing you desperately need a stat boost. And Fear, Ogier, Rutger, Dieck, they all have that available in the form of a promotion. Uh, More specifically with the same item, the Hero Crest. But Roy doesn't promote through an item, Roy promotes through a story. He promotes after you complete chapter 21x. Already along the Western Isles, you're struggling with Roy's combat capabilities and you feel like you need a promotion and you still have to wait until chapter 21x, end of chapter 21x. That's just too long. So yeah, Roy is going to be more or less a death weight. I won't say along the Western Isles because there he can more or less hold his own. But starting chapters 13, 14, up to the point of chapter 21x, he doesn't grow anymore, he doesn't get a lot of stats. Even the luckiest Roy you could ever get is not going to be that incredible against all the enemies you're going to fight. He's still a sword lock unit with 5 movement that doesn't get any particularly good weapon, that is even going to be held back into more of a I'm using the light brand for 10 damage position. The rapier is going to get used up again eventually, so no exclusive effective damage. And yeah, all of this until the point where you promote him, and into chapter 22 he will come swords blazing with the binding blade, with a brand new stat boost that gives him like 5 resistance, with the binding blade giving him another +5 on defense and resistance. So he will suddenly become incredibly good, and you will be amazed by how usable he's suddenly become, especially against mana kids. But yeah, that's because they basically want to make Roy a relevant unit again at the end of the game. During most of the game, he's going to be sitting back, just letting most of your army do the hard work, and then he comes in and sweeps the throne seas. And that's okay. That's his role in the game. So definitely not a good unit. Not a good unit, even though he's there from the very beginning. He can't even be C tier. I think he's better than Dayan or Douglas because yeah, Dayan and Douglas do something at the end of the game. Roy does too, and he also does something at the beginning. And to be honest, his combat and Geese's combat when they are at their disappointing era are more or less the same. But at least Roy had the early game. Same goes for Ogier, to be honest. Ogier might have the slight advantage of being able to promote around chapter 13, 14, but he's never going to be incredible. Roy is pretty good. Like, Roy has saved my ass in chapters 3, 4, 5 even. Roy can do some work on the early game, so he deserves to be there. I don't think he goes over the sheer like thief utility that Cath gives you. I also, of course, don't want to take being able to seize the throne and complete the chapter as a capability that Roy has, because, well, obviously that's part of the game, but it's not like I could put Roy into S tier because without Roy you can't complete the game, but that's stupid. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I think Roy is better. I think Roy is better than Cath. I think Cath can steal stuff, but I think Roy has better combat for most of the early game, and the rapier is really useful. Really useful. Like, the amount of cavalry you face, the amount of annoying... Yeah, the amount of annoying cavalry you face through the early game, and even during some of the Western Isles chapters, and Roy can deal with them very well, especially if they are wielding swords, which is normally the biggest problem you can face with an enemy cavalry, that they are wielding swords and suddenly they have a bit more avoid and they don't get weighted down. And Roy benefits from that situation, so yeah, I'm going to put him highest in the tier. Slightly under Hugh, slightly over Cath. That's okay. That's okay. It's a bit weird to put a Lord in that position, I know, especially if you're used to the newest Fire Emblem titles, where the Lords have to be among the 2 highest tiers, basically. But let me tell you, Roy definitely deserves to be in here, because the promotion comes so late. It's not like he has any redeeming factor like Alm has, for example, in Echoes, where he gets the double lion, like the extra new weapon where he can actually do some exclusive combat arts and have good combat. No, Roy is, yes, he's here, believe me. All right, Rutger. No, Rutger, the Critger. Rutger is a very good unit. Very good unit. Comes at chapter 4, incredibly early. Basically, on the next or 2 turns after you recruit Clarine, you can recruit Rutger himself with Clarine. And you better do that, because Rutger can be incredibly scary as an enemy. He's a Myrmidon with hard mode bonuses, which means incredibly high speed, skill, and luck, also very high strength, pretty high defense, very good HP pool, and yeah, comes with a killing edge, so his critical is really difficult to deal with. Once you recruit him, suddenly it's like the chapter turns around completely. The amount of enemies that Rutger is able to kill in a single phase is astonishing. The guy just clears maps. He clears them. I think he joins at level 6 on chapter 4, and it's very easy to get him to level 10. So by the point of in chapter 7 where you get the hero crest, you're already able to promote Rutger. Some people would consider this pre-promoting, but because of his high growths, it's not even a disadvantage normally, and chapter 7 is so difficult that pre-promoting Rutger can be a very acceptable strategy. His combat is just going to keep getting better and better. He has no speed problem, no strength problems. He's kind of tanky due to having so much HP, and he mostly is going to dodge everything anyway. He's incredibly high critical. With the killing edge, is only going to get better after promotion because he gets plus 30 critical. So he will consistently have 50 to 60 critical against every enemy in the game, including bosses. Bosses in FE6 are infamously difficult to defeat because of thrones and gates giving high avoid bonuses, but Rutger has so much skill and swords are so comparatively accurate to, in comparison to lances and axes, that he just becomes the best unit at killing bosses in this game. So yeah, Rutger's role as a boss killer, as a large group of enemies killer, will stay relevant from chapter 4 up to basically the end of the game. His stats never particularly fall off. The only thing that falls off about Rutger is the fact that maybe at some point you need mobility, you need Canto, you need 1 to range, and yeah, Rutger is not going to be able to provide you that. He can get the light brand, but the light brand doesn't really count as 1 to range because it's pretty pathetic. So overall, as long as what you want is pure close combat, will be able to one-round most of the enemies in the game for the whole game. That's very good. His availability is incredible too, so I think first of all he deserves to be over Marcus, because he carries through the early game almost as hard as him. Marcus is slightly better during the early game, but Rutger's staying capabilities are just very good. Then against Miledy and Perceval, like Rutger's mobility at some point does become a problem. 6 movement is not enough, not having Canto is not enough. He doesn't have a lot of survivability, he can't cross mountains, he can't get to enemies fast enough at times, and that's a problem. Still, chapter 4 is very early, so I think this is fair. This order, I don't think we're going to get more S tier units. I might consider, I'm considering another unit for S tier, but we'll talk about that. Miledy, Rutger, and Perceval is definitely my top 3 in this game. Miledy, then Rutger, then Perceval, that sounds okay. Player mobility, then pure combat, and then Perceval, who basically has both the mobility and the combat, but both of them to a lesser extent and also less availability. Yeah, Miledy is that good, even though she doesn't have the same boss killing thing. There are enemies that Rutger simply can't defeat as easily. And Rutger isn't that good at doing, specifically doing combat against lances, for example. So against wyverns, he might struggle a little bit. Sometimes a lance river is required, a worm slayer is required, or an armor slayer against certain enemies. So he needs a bit of investment. He needs to be trained a little bit more than Miledy. By the time you get Miledy, if you have been training Rutger, Rutger will be much better for combat, but that's okay, because he also moves 2 or 3 squares during chapter 14, while she moves 7 and 8 if she's promoted. You have to take those things into account. I think Rutger deserves to be second place, even though he is definitely an S tier through and through. If you want to put Rutger the first unit because you value that combat against bosses, which are, I repeat, very, very annoying in this game. If you think that being able to defeat bosses is that important, then I understand if you want to put Rutger into first place. With some trial and error, with some time, and after playing this game many times, I found that there are other ways to defeat bosses in this game, so I don't value Rutger's utility for that much anymore, but I still think he's the easiest way to defeat bosses, so that alone grants him that place for me. Okay, Saul. Saul is good. Saul is good. And Saul is good because he's a bit like Elen, a bit of an staff bot, and a foot, like infantry staff lock at that, so slightly inferior to Clarine in that regard, but also he has one thing that both Elen and Clarine wish they had, which is a base, I think is 4 or 6 magic with C rank and with a 40% magic growth. So he's normally going to be one of your highest magic units with an incredibly, incredibly high staff rank to boast, and also with a decent speed growth that is actually going to give him some good combat as a bishop, unlike Elen, who has that 20% I talked about earlier. So the ability to be able to actually defend himself and dodge some attacks, the ability to be able to probably be the most viable early warp user you will get in the game, because by the point you get warp on chapter 14, you still don't have Niime. So if you want to warp someone in chapter 14X, who do you need to train? Saul. and he has C rank on base, so just by getting him to B and promoting, you already have a warp user with a pretty decent magic stat, so that's also good. And he can also start training light magic kind of early by doing that, and I don't know, he's good at what he's good at, which is staff usage and slight combat. Now the investment is there, so I don't think he's as good as Niime, to be honest. I definitely think, like, first of all, B tier is clear, and he has to be higher than you and you and you, just because of the virtues of staff usage and of warp usage. Lower than Niime is clear to me, and he needs the investment, but this investment gives you more than fears and is like it isn't really RNG reliant. You're still going to get the ranks. Even if he doesn't ever get magic, just due to promotion, he's going to have what? 8 magic? And the ability of using warp? That's already good. That's good for me. So, Gonzales, I think, is better. I think Gonzales is better. Gonzales gives you a lot of combat. Echidna doesn't need investment. That's what I'm trying to determine here. Which one is more valuable? Echidna's combat without need for investment, or Saul's warp with a slight need for investment? I think Saul is still better, to be honest. That's how good I think Saul is. I will still place Gonzales over him. That might be a bit biased of me because warp is very valuable, and I understand if you want to put Saul higher, but yeah, that place is looking good for me. So high in B tier. Yeah, his combat is not insane. He's just very good at using steps. By the point you get Niime or Yodel, they might be better at alternatives, but they come pretty late. So for those first 16 chapters, well, from chapter 6 to 16, who's going to be doing the hard work? That's Saul. That's something to be appreciated. So yeah, there you go, Saul. Okay, Shin. Shin. Shin is a unit I'm ambivalent about. He was absolutely my MVP in the last run. Last time I played FE6, I had a certain set of conditions that forced me to kill a unit, randomly one of my available units every map, at the start of every map. This was just the type of run I was doing. Due to that, I lost on a lot of good units. For example, I lost on Miledy and Rutger pretty early, on Marcus, on the Christmas Cavaliers very early too, and Clarine and Dieck. So I had to start relying on more unorthodox type of units, and one of those units turned out to be Shin. Shin has always been considered to be a good unit. He's more or less in the same situation as Fear, except he's a bit better. He's a nomad, a mounted bow, basically, that also comes at a very low level with good growths and with the ability to level those growths during these chapters. The thing is, his levels and his growths are better than Fear's, so he generally turns out to just be better in general. He also has rescue and dropping capabilities that make him a better unit in case he's unable to defeat the enemy. At least he's able to take and drop the ones that can. He also has a very, very, very high rescue stat, aid stat. By that I mean he can rescue a lot of very heavy units, like for example Bartre, that some other people might struggle with rescuing. He makes very good use of bows, has C rank on base, has no problem getting to Mula gear. On promotion he gets swords, which already makes him better than most snipers, I would say, because he at least has some enemy face combat. Definitely better than Fear, because they are so comparable, they come at the same time, and he's just better. And Orion's Bolt and the needed combat is really no problem, so investment I don't think is a problem. So you can already go over Echidna. Now the problem comes when trying to compare you with utility units and with Gonzales, which I think is the peak of trainee combat in this game. Like overkill combat that you can get through training. Gonzales is a bit of a Rutger light. If Rutger had access and was more difficult to train, you could say much more difficult to train. So I definitely feel like Shin and Saul. I think this is okay. I think Saul is better. Like, I think Shin is very good. Yes, I do. But I also feel like Saul's warp usage is too valuable to pass up. So yeah, and Gonzales's combat is just better, and the situations where he can be trained are so very well defined in the game. Like chapter 13 and the cavalry packs that you can lure with Gonzales and just fight from the peak are so easy to spot and so clearly suited for him to gain some levels that yeah, I think Shin still has to find the appropriate place to kill an enemy. He's very good at defeating enemies. He has very good combat, but he needs to exploit the player face to get that combat. So I'm going to put Gonzales over him still, and I'm going to put Saul. Yeah. So that's a very good place for you, Shin. Don't get me wrong. It's just, I don't think you're that good. You're still better than both of these pre-promos, these pre-promoted archers, because of your mount and because of your still kind of low investment. But yeah, that's a good place. Sophia. Okay. Well, this is one of the worst units in the game. There's no doubt about that. Sophia has. First of all, she joins on chapter 14, which is a horrible chapter for her because she has to face a lot of fog of war, a lot of enemies that can one-shot her, and a lot of enemies that can retaliate against her, which is something she doesn't want. She's level 1, a level 1 shaman. And yeah, the main criticism against Sophia is that if she had those same stats and came 10 chapters earlier, she would probably still be kind of bad. Because her stats are so bad and her growths are supposed to be very good because she comes so late, she's a trainee, but they aren't. Her speed isn't that good. She basically has magic and resistance, and that's it. Her growths are kind of like Lilina's, except slightly worse. And she's much later into the game, harder to train. Dark magic is also more inaccurate, so her having a very, very poor skill base and skill growth are going to make it so that her hit rate is always shaky. Promoting immediately to be able to gain experience through staff usage is also not possible because once again she's level 1, so you have to train her up to level 10 anyway to be able to promote her. It's not easy to use Sophia. She's a pain to train, and if you train her, she's not going to give you a lot back. And she also comes late, and she doesn't bring anything particularly unique to the table. Staff rank is also not especially good. You already have a dark mage user at that point in the game, Raigh, that has been able to help you for a while at this point, and that is also much closer to promotion. So F tier. Now here's where my particular thoughts start coming out. What would you rather have, a very bad unit on chapter 14 or a very bad unit on chapter 1? I'd rather have the very bad unit on chapter 14 because at least I don't have to carry them through all the force deploy chapters where I have to struggle with using Boars. Boars is so bad, I swear. I hate this guy. As a unit, he's unbearable, and as a character, he's not that much better either. I think Sophia is very hard to train, but at least, like Boars, what is your range option? Javelins? What are you going to do? Throw a javelin at a fighter on chapter 1 and see what happens? At least Sophia can try and, I don't know, snipe a mercenary at a 40% hit. It's not going to happen, but I'm not risking anything. And you have better movement than Boars at base, and you also have a promotion item that is very easy to find. Like, there's not that much competition for guiding rings. I think Sophia is just slightly easier to train. They are both hell to use, but yeah. Merlinus is still better though. Nothing is better than Barthe. So, okay. Bottom two. You got that due to Boars. Thank him. Oh, Sue. Sue is a unit you here you might be surprised by my thoughts about Sue. I used to think Sue was as good as Shin, if not better. With time, I revised my thoughts about her. I think she's very similar to Shin in the sense that she's a nomad, mounted archer, good growths, needs to be trained. The problem is that her growths don't really work that well. Her growths are kind of similar to Fear's because they focus a lot on speed and not on damage. And Fear can afford to have low damage because, okay, maybe she doesn't get a good attack once, but on the second attack she might get a critical, and she's going to fight multiple enemies in an enemy phase. But Sue just attacks one enemy per turn, normally because she's an archer, so having low strength is a big problem. A big problem. And training her is not incredible, and there are other options for archers. So the archer utility is not that good when you have Shin, Klein, and Igrene trying to take it from you. Yeah, you're still much better than Dorothy, that's obvious. And you have a mount, so it's not like I think B tier is just too high for you. C tier has to be your place. Availability is pretty good. She comes at chapter 6, pretty late into chapter 6, so not going to be helpful until chapter 7. Chapter 7, she can do some things against the wyverns, so there's that. Better than Elen and better than Cath, probably. And after some training and with the orange bolt not being really contested, better than Bartre. And yeah, mounted unit probably better than Lot. So I guess the real debate is between the two mounted units. I think she's worse than Fa. So it's going to be either her or Noah in front of the other. She's more unique. Noah is more basic. Noah's combat is worse, but he's also slightly easier to train, I feel. She's more reliable in terms of getting a lot of speed and becoming really overkill in that sense, like being able to double absolutely everything. Ogier use is also kind of good, but Noah is just kind of more solid. Okay, I'm going to give her the edge over Noah due to a simple reason. It's true that Noah has other things going for him, high weapon ranks, and his combat is pretty good. I think her combat is better. I think after promotion with swords, her combat is just much better than Noah, and she actually gets an enemy face. And she also has something else, which is rescuing capability being much better than Noah's because of her low constitution, allowing her to rescue the heaviest units. I'm pretty sure Sue is only second to Shin in terms of how heavy the units she can rescue are. So for example, she can rescue people like Bartre, but I'm sure she also can rescue like something like unpromoted Barthe or stuff like that. So very, very heavy units. And that's very helpful. At some points in the game you might need that, and that's something that Sue is going to provide you. So yeah, a bit over you. You don't deserve to be in this tier. You're definitely in the average tier together with these three. These three are like the average three. But yeah. Noah, you could put Noah over her. I wouldn't complain. But I'm giving my reasons here, and maybe it's recency bias, because I just saw Sue, and I like her. I think she's cool. I think she looks pretty, all that. I'm superficial like that, but second in C tier seems pretty good to me. Here's Tate, also known as Thea. This tier list probably uses Thea because I see... well, probably uses Tate because this one is Thaini, or else she would be earlier if she was Shanna. So Tate, Thea, however you want to call her, is the second Pegasus you get in this game. You can get her on chapter 10b or 11a, depending on the route you're going. So the same chapter as Klein, always, and gets recruited by Klein or by doing something very weird like talking to her with Thaini before and after you talk to Klein, which is just weird. I normally just talk to her with Klein. She's a Pegasus, she's a flyer, that already gives her some utility, gives her some movement, some capabilities, some unique capabilities that you need to appreciate, that are there, that exist. But her combat is just not good. She's supposed to be like the strong Pegasus, a bit slower than Thaini, but Thaini's already struggling with speed because of lances weighting her down, and Tate needs to be able to either one-shot, which is simply not going to happen. This is FE6 and we're far gone the point of early game weak like soldier enemies you can one round. No. You need to start being stronger, and if you are not able to one-shot, you need to double, and you need overkill speed to be able to double with effective weaponry or something like that. Effective weaponry is becoming a bit harder to wield when you have D rank lances on base. Her starting weapon rank is horribly bad. D rank on chapter 11 or 10 is very, very, very low. Very low. Consider Rutger on chapter 4 have C rank. I mean, Rutger might be a bit of a bad example because Rutger is very good, but I don't know. Even Ogier, that I complained about having bad ranks, has D rank swords on chapter 8. This is 3 or 4 chapters later and you still have the same D rank in lances, and you're going to need to train a secondary type of weapon after promotion if you want to become a good Pegasus to be able to battle those pesky brigands. You can carry and drop people, you still have the flyer utility, that's okay, but this is chapter 11, 10 or 11, Miledy is coming, Thane is probably doing the flying better than you. You're kind of bad in terms of combat. Now, as I said, rescue dropping as a flyer is very valuable. It already puts you, in my mind, in here. Might seem like an exaggeration. It's not. Her growths are decent, even if her combat isn't very good on base. If you train her enough and you get a bit lucky, her combat is going to get better, and it's definitely no worse than Hugh's. Even if Hugh benefits a bit from using Anima, or Raigh benefits a bit from using Magic, or he gets the 30 critical, her rescue dropping puts her on par with them. She's not better than Elen, so I guess I'm trying to rank her in the middle of these guys. Has the same weapon rank problems than Garret, but has the upper edge in terms of availability because comes earlier. I mean, better than Hugh is just fair because chapter 16 is very late. But I think Raigh is better than you. So between you and Garret, I would probably take Garret. I know Garret also has weapon rank problems, and they are kind of worse than you, considering the join time. But Garret has something you don't, and that's no need for training. And you need the training, you need the promotion item, you need the investment. What, are you trying to steal that promotion item from Miledy? What, are you crazy? No, 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 no. Low CTR is okay for you. Low CTR is just fine for you. Now your sister, Thani. She knows how to do things. Thani is good. It's not a psyop, guys. They weren't lying to you. It's not a psyop. Thani is good. Thani can rescue drop as a flyer for 10 chapters. It's that simple. Even if she doesn't get any combat done, even if she faces absolutely 0 enemies during that time, she can rescue and drop as a flyer. Who else can do that? No one. And you know the worst part? Her combat isn't that bad either. Like, she still has better combat than Bors, probably better combat than Wade. I would argue, for that point in the game, she's going to have better combat than people like Walt or Trek or even Noah. And she's able to do that combat for a long time. She has D rank on base, which is, well, as I just talked about Tate having that on chapter 11. She has it on chapter 2. Chapter 2. A chapter where you immediately are separated from the boss by a large mountain. You know who can carry you through that large mountain? Thani. You know who can carry you through the river in chapter 4? Thani. Through the mountain in chapter 5? Thani. You know who can, I don't know, fly Rutger across the islands in chapter 9? Thani. Only Thani can do that. Immediately A rank. Not disputable. Better than Astohl because both of them have unique utility, but at least she has combat. The debate comes with Lugh, I feel. Lugh has much better combat. Much better. And even if his combat ends up being slightly worse than expected, he can still fall back to a support role with not the best staff rank, but some stuff use, you know. You give him the Tina staff, it has a lot of uses, he spams it, it's okay. If you need to soften an enemy, he can still probably double some of them, leave them at low HP, and then someone can take it. Well, Thani, after a while, even with promotion, she is unable to kill enemies. I got incredibly lucky with her on my first run in this channel. On my Fire Emblem 6 Let's Play, I married Thani to Roy, and Thani might very well have been one of my best combat units. Period. She was able to one-round bosses. She was able to destroy manakins with Malte. She was an absolute monster. But I understand that's not the normal thing to happen. I understand that her combat is normally pretty poor, that her constitution is bad enough for her getting weighted down to be an actual problem, and not one you can solve by giving her the Slim Lance, because damage then becomes so poor it's not relevant. And yeah, there are other units that can do the flying combat much better, case in point. So that's your place for me. A rank, modest A rank, under Lugh, under Dieck. Still an early game unit that you need to appreciate the merits of. And still an early game unit that does a lot of unique stuff, that can do a lot of things that other units can't. So that's where you deserve to be, in my opinion. And if you don't agree, we can argue. Alright. Trek. So I recently used Trek. It was an experience. Noah. Elen. Lance. They are all cavaliers, and I tend to say because they are cavaliers, because they have this cavalry utility, rescue plus canto, you know, guys, the classical cavalry combat, lances and swords. But Trek is like the worst possible example for a cavalier. What happens if the only good thing about a unit is being a cavalry? Bad growths overall, yes, a lot of luck for some reason and some decently good strength. Then very bad weapon ranks, D lances and E swords, which are the base ranks for the Christmas Cavaliers, but instead of being chapter 1, we're in chapter 7 now. He gets kind of one-rounded by some enemies on his unit chapter. It's true that he should get better, and he technically does, but how far can just being a cavalry, having rescue canto, and having adaptability get you? The answer is pretty far. Pretty far. I still feel like his combat is not good enough to justify a C rank. I feel like there are better units to rescue drop with. I feel like Tate does that better. I feel like Sue does that better. I feel like his combat is not even in the same world as Hugh. And this might sound brutal, but I feel like 1-to-1 Trek's combat compared to Roy's is worse. Like, if you were to compare 1-to-1 the chapters where Roy gives you better combat than Trek, you would find out that Roy ends up winning because, well, he has an advantage of 6 chapters, obviously. But during chapter 7, probably, I don't know. Chapter 7 and chapter 8, maybe? No, 8 cavalry is very valuable. Chapter 14, definitely Roy is better. Chapter 12, I don't think Trek is particularly better. If you start doing comparisons like that, you end up seeing that cavalry mobility is good. After promotion, he's definitely going to become a bit better. But is he that much better than Roy? I don't think so. He deserves to be in D tier. He deserves to be over them, obviously. Over you. And still over Ogier. But where does he rank in here? He's better than Cath. So I guess this a bit weird. I know I said Roy is better, but I'm talking about terms of pure combat. Trek still has the rescue drop. Trek still has the promotion. He can promote whenever he feels like it after chapter 10. After level 10. Roy can't. So that's what puts him a bit higher. But he isn't better than Hugh, he isn't better than Tate, he's just there. That's a pretty embarrassing place for a cavalry to be honest. Trek, kind of a disappointment, man. Kind of a disappointment. I would go as far as to say you kind of sully the name of cavalry in this game, but yeah, well, a cavalry is a cavalry, and you couldn't be lower than that, so good job, I guess. I feel like I kind of got lucky with my Trek. He was able to do some good damage. He had some actually decent speed, which I know is not the case normally for him. That's about it. Poor Trek, he just can't do more than that. Wade, also known as Worth by some people, comes at the same time as Lot, and they are very similar. They are supposed to represent the Borth and Korth archetype, the kind of twin fighters that have very similar stats. You could look at them as sort of Christmas fighters instead of Christmas Cavaliers, except much worse because they are fighters, not Cavaliers. And in this case, the differences between Lot and Wade are much greater than the differences between Elen and Lance. Wade just doesn't have the things that make Lot good. He's not reliable, he has a lot of strength and some good luck, but his hit rate ends up being shaky, he doesn't have good defenses, promotion isn't going to really fix his problems. His speed is bad. Yes, bad. And he's not good. He comes early, but he doesn't do a lot. He's not good. Still, he comes early. He comes very early. And I trained him, and I promoted him. And I can tell you, if you train him and if you promote him, he's much better than people like Barthe, than people like Dorothy. He's still a combat unit, so I might just leave him there. Just there, not higher than that. Because I think he deserves to be over the F tier. The F tier is reserved, in my opinion, for units that don't provide you with anything, really. Not with anything, but units that don't provide you with good things. Units that are a pain to train, and that normally the pains of giving them a good combat aren't going to be compensated. That what they give back is not going to compensate the fact that you had to give up a deployment slot or experience for them. Even in the case of Karel, that's true, because I don't think he deserves to be deployed unless you really need to on the last chapter. So Wade, giving a deployment slot to Wade, training Wade, is normally not worth the waste. But the thing is, he joins so early that during those chapters you are forced to deploy every unit you have available. And if you're able to feed some of the kills to Wade, if some of those kills end up in Wade's hands, if he gets to do some halberd one-shots against cavalry or stuff like that, which are very manageable, believe me, then he can get some levels. He can get to be a bit better, and you can just train him, see how he goes, and he can end up being sort of reliable. Still more or less at the level of these units, and unlike Douglas or Dayan, he needs investment. Geese, I think, is slightly better. It pains me to say that Geese is slightly better than someone. So yeah, putting Wade there, and I might be too generous by doing that. Alright. Wow, we're in the valley of the bad units now. Wendy, I think Wendy is popular, right? Wendy is like a pretty infamous unit in this game. She's pretty popular. Mostly due to her being like the big trainee in this game. I've talked about a lot of fake trainees in this game. Like, for example, Sophia doesn't really have the growths to justify her being a trainee. Fa doesn't have the capability of fighting multiple battles. She can only do 30 actual combats, so she's not a true trainee. Gonzales and Fear, even though their growths might suit a trainee role, it's just due to a coincidence, due to hard move bonuses, due to their loop-sided stat spread that they become trainees. But Wendy is the true trainee, and she comes at chapter 8, so she's actually more manageable as a trainee than these guys, because she comes earlier than any of them, and you know, if you're able to give her kills, she should technically have more time to snowball, more chances to get kills, more chances to get even better. Of course, they had to be funny and put her in a completely horrible class, which is Armor Knight. Armor Knights in this game are simply bad. They get bad growths. They don't have good movement. They are heavy, so not easily to carry. Wendy more or less surpasses those problems and has a constitution that allows her to use heavy weaponry, but still isn't so high that you can't carry her around. She has the poor movement, and that can't be safe, but her stat growths are actually pretty good. She has, I think, the best total stat growth like Sam. which is also good. It's appreciated. Her bases are just so bad. You know what you're facing when you're using a pure trainee. She's like Donnell tiers of pathetic in Awakening, except she doesn't have Donnell growths. She has FE6 trainee growths, which are still probably worse than most of Awakening people growths. I find her to be bad, but usable. Better than Bors, that's for sure, and better than Sophia. And I would argue even better than Merlinus. I'm going to make a statement here and say that I feel like Wendy is considerably better than Sophia, yes. I think that by the end of the game, she could more or less give you the type of combat that Karel is giving, but Karel still has one more movement. And Karel is better against mana kits, and Karel needs absolutely no investment. So there you go. Like, I'm not going to put you higher than that. Still, Wendy, yeah, I mean, she's trying to be a trainee unit, and at least she delivers. You train her, you get a high stat unit. How useful is that going to be? Probably not a lot, because it's a high stat unit, but it's still a high stat general. But hey, she delivers. If you misunderstood what she was promising, that's your fault. What she was promising is exactly what she's giving you, a high stat general. That's all. So yeah, I feel she's a fair trainee. Maybe the most straightforward out of them all. The reason Gonzales and Fear end up being better is because they aren't actually trainees. They are just good units that need training. And the reason why Sophie is so bad is because she's not a trainee. She's simply bad. So yeah, Wendy F tier. I mean, she's not getting out of F tier, guys. Even though I consider her to be, maybe I consider her to be better than most of the people in the fanbase, but she's still going to be at the bottom 4 units. If there's any guy left that can save her out of the bottom 4, it's this guy, Walt, who comes at chapter 1 and is an archer. And is comparable to Dorothy in a lot of aspects. An archer that is slightly helpful during the early game, that can get up to the point where he's usable, that has a good player face, but player face is all that he's going to get, and just due to the fact I'm going to put him on F tier once again. It's a bit depressing to put so many people in F tier, but this is just the pure truth. I don't think he's better than this. I don't think his combat, like, he has decent growths, but his combat is never going to get to the point where, how does Walt beat a berserker? Yes, answer that for me. We're on chapter 22. We're facing the berserker on the left side of Sheffield's castle. How does Walt beat the berserker? He comes to the edge of the radius of the berserker and then he rushes in and one rounds? That's the plan? What if he misses? What if he doesn't get the critical, because he's not going to do enough damage to one round? They have massive defense and HP. What about the hero and the druid that are probably just in the back of the berserker? You know what I would do with probably not even a crazy unit, a trained up Shin. I would go in with a sword and I would put myself in the edge of the range of the berserker. I would survive a hit no matter what. I would do damage back and I would have a lot of units in the back ready. You know how I was able to do that? Because I have enemy phase. That's something Walt doesn't have. Still better than Dorothy. Because they are very similar and he just comes earlier. And not better than Juno, because no utility of any kind, yes. Damage with bows. I have to say Walt is probably better than people give him credit for. At least he has the same thing that Wade has going for him. You don't sacrifice deployment slots for World. He simply is there because during the first 5 chapters in FE6 you get to deploy everyone. So if you need to chip anyone with World, that's free. If you need the World to finish an enemy, he can do that, and that deployment didn't cost you anything. But that's where World's virtues end. If he wasn't able to get good levels or, I don't know, something incredible out of those chapters, he's not going to do much more after that. So F tier all the way. Sorry, World. Okay. Okay. Yodel is the penultimate unit you recruit in this game. The penultimate unit, you get him at the beginning of chapter 21. I talked a lot about chapter 21 because of how menacing it is, because of the large amount of wyverns, and I talked a lot about the importance of bow usage, the importance of flyer mobility, even to some extent about the importance of maybe bringing Merlinus and using him to get items, sell them, the secret shop, all that. But I didn't talk about something about chapter 21, which is having a good healer. It's just that simple. You're going to fight so many strong enemies that having a good healer is important. And sometimes your healers are mediocre. So getting someone like Yodel, a unit with S rank in staves, that is able to support you, that is able to recover you, and that is still able to do some actual combat by virtue of having decently high magic and S rank, not S rank, A rank in light magic is good. If the guy does some combat with the light tomes, he will actually be able to get to use Aureola, which is one of the divine weapons. So not a bad candidate for a divine weapon, all things considered, especially because Aureola is very difficult to access. The only other 2 candidates in the game are Saul and Elen. I already talked about how poor Elen's combat is, so more often than not, if you aren't planning to use Saul, the only good candidate for Aureola is this guy here, this old man here. And once again, he has that thing going for him. He didn't cost you anything. He comes capped, level 20, no investment needed, no nothing needed, good ranks, good stats, capture resistance, I'm pretty sure, so almost invulnerable by enemy mages, even by enemy staves. He can fulfill more or less the role that Pa has, which could be very helpful in chapter 22, because your army starts divided, so maybe you want to take 2 different units to be able to lure the staves of the enemies. He can act as a restore unit in case you are scared of enemy staves. He can act as a physic spammer. He can use the goddess staff, and yeah, he's just solid. He doesn't cost you anything, and he's good. I feel like availability is so poor he can't be higher than D tier, and he's better than Douglas. This is where my problems start affecting me. Like, is he better than Dayan? That's a debate. Dayan brings the combat, but that combat is situational. It's mostly going to be useful only for that chapter. I can see Yodel being more helpful for longer. I can see Yodel being more helpful during chapters 23 and 24, so even though availability is slightly worse, I'm going to put Yodel over Dayan and over Geese too, because Geese is just so average. So Geese is mostly never going to get good combat. Now Ogier, no, Ogier is also worse. And Cath. Cath has utility, but for longer. You know, I think Cath deserves to be higher. Because Cath has something I didn't talk about either, which is Thief Vision in Fog of War. So deploying multiple thieves might be worth it during Blizzard chapters or just general like 14 chapter 14 with the desert vision, any fog chapter that impedes your vision, you might want to deploy 2 thieves just to be able to have good vision. Yeah, Yodel could use the torch staff, but by that point you normally don't have one. I think Yodel's availability is just poor enough that he can't justify being over Cath. Even if Cath doesn't do a lot, he can do a lot of work ever since he joins in chapter 12 and that's like 10 chapters earlier than Yodel, so yeah, who cares? This is really a comparison that doesn't. Maybe, no, after all, I think also Ogier deserves to be over you. Not Geese. This is the slight gap in combat between the two of them, and between availability, between just having a better promoted class, to be honest. I think heroes are definitely underrated. I think you as a berserker don't work that well. So yeah, Yodel under Ogier might look a bit weird, but it is what it is. I just can't. Come on, let's be honest. Let's be honest here. Let's go. That seems better. He's just better at healing. There's no debate, sorry. I was trying to force myself to not put him very high, but he's better at providing support. By the point he joins, more or less 1 or 2 chapters after that, Roy is going to promote, and just Roy's sheer combat is going to justify him being on par with Yodel, and the thing is Roy can also do things for 20 more chapters. So this is a debate I'm not going to have, but he is better than these people with absolutely no investment, with no need for experience, and yeah, there's just that. Dayan and Douglas, they are more situational. I don't think that Yodel is ever going to be bad in a team. The only problem you can have with Yodel is normally going to be you can't afford the deployment slot for him because you've been training other people, because you simply can't deploy him because you need other people to do other stuff. But Yodel is good. Yodel is a good healer. He has a very good staff rank, and that probably puts him here. And that's fair. Okay, finally out of the slump of bad units, and I can finish talking about at least one good unit and one decent unit. The good unit is Zealot. Zealot is a good unit. I already talked about Marcus carrying you through the early game, and Perceval basically carrying you through the mid to late game. And the unit that bridges those two is Zealot. Zealot is a very, very good pre-promoted paladin coming in chapter 7 with a slightly worse weapon ranks than Marcus. I think he has A ranking lances, but then has like C ranking in axes and swords. I don't remember exactly. He doesn't have the best combat ever, and compared to Marcus, he does a bit more damage and is a bit tankier, but he can end up becoming a bit slower and less reliable in terms of hit, like less critical and luck. That's not necessarily bad, because Marcus's high skill, although it makes him very precise, can also end up resulting in a lot of annoying criticals that steal experience from you. With Zealot, you normally don't have that problem. I know justifying someone having low hit with this might seem a bit weird, but he doesn't steal experience from you. He can still get to do a lot of combat. He has good combat against mages with the javelin. He has better combat with axes, which might be something you need for chapters 7 and 8 with the large amount of soldiers. He can train those swords during the Western Isles, and to be honest, I think Zealot with a bit of luck, can even be relevant during the endgame. And I'm not even joking, because with rescue dropping capabilities, the pre-promoted stats, not needing investment and just going all the way in, he might end up with a similar stat line to Trek. Maybe slightly inferior, but I don't think I'm even exaggerating. So this guy is just very good at doing what he does. You just need to understand his limitations. You need to understand that he's not as good in Chapter 8 as Marcus was in Chapter 1. He's not going to serve you the entire map in a platter, but he is going to serve you 2 or 3 enemies in a platter. And that's just very good, because this is FE6 and you need this kind of unit. He can also still carry and drop people. He can end up being the one to use a lot of legendary weapons. And he gets some pretty decent supports in the form of Noah and Trek, which are also nice to which are pretty nice to have. Thaini, which is also a very good one to have because you're probably using her. So I think Zealot is a solid A tier over Astohl, but not over Thaini. People really like Zealot. People might be angry at me not putting Zealot higher, and I understand why. In the context of beating the game fast, in the context of LTC, Zealot is probably an essential unit. But in a normal playthrough, you know who's going to be doing the role that you expect Zealot to do? The Christmas Cavs. Because you've probably been training one, and they are going to promote around Chapter 8 or 9, and then they are going to be the true MVPs of the Western Isles. And I also have no problem with Rutger killing almost anything during Chapter 7 and 8. It's true that he's a bit slower than Zealot because he doesn't have 8 movement, but I don't care. I don't care because he's still very good at doing it. So 8 rank Zealot has to be done. And over Astohl because he doesn't just provide utility, he has some actual combat. And because of that, he should be higher than Thaini. Yeah, because Thaini is mostly utility. But not over Lugh. Not over Lugh, because Lugh, once you've seen Caliber Lugh clear entire groups of wyverns in Chapter 21, you gain a lot of respect for him. So yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Okay, and with all that said, there's only one last unit to talk about. And thankfully I'm recording. I'm just going to check. One last unit to talk about. Geese. This guy is Miledy's younger brother. And he is the same class. He's a Wyvern Raider. Potentially to be promoted into a Wyvern Lord. But he doesn't hold a stick to Miledy. His join time is much worse. Chapter 16, and at a point where normally you are not going to get to use him during Chapter 16, so his true starting chapter is 16x. Also, he's not able to be promoted immediately. He needs to be trained a little bit before that, and Chapter 16x might be a very annoying chapter to do that. And then on Chapter 17, in I think both of the versions, you need to face a ballista, so that's also not great for Geese. Geese is a guy that is destined for greatness if he came a bit earlier, if he was in another game. His growths and stats actually remind me a lot of Heath in FE7 because he doesn't have the greatest speed and he has the potential to gain a lot of speed, but he normally doesn't, if that makes sense. You want him to get levels before promotion, but at the same time you want to promote him as early as you can, because that way you can actually get a good unit as soon as possible. So yeah, he's in a bit of a stalemate there. Also, he has a horrible weapon rank. Probably the worst weapon rank in the game. D rank on chapter 16. If I was already saying bad things about Garret and Tate due to that, you can probably guess where that puts him in my mind in terms of weapon rank. He might be the worst, like the worst trained weapon rank in the game. So yeah, getting him to Malte is just going to need some actually very, very, very focused intensive training. No, his combat isn't that bad. He can get to do some stuff. Promotion is going to fix him. Still a wyvern. Still a flyer that can do some combat. Still flyer utility. Still a lot of things. Still C tier. Save for download. Okay. Still a C tier. And in the... Like all things considered, in C tier, his combat, even if he's not there for a long time, is normally going to get to be better than Tate's. And better than Garret's? Yes. But Raigh is kind of where I draw the line. Even though Raigh isn't incredible, at least Raigh has much better availability, has promotion, and can actually, you know, train his own weapon ranks and have some combat. If you get unlucky with Cis, he's worth absolutely nothing almost. Yeah. Still better than Tate? Yeah. I think it's good. But putting you in there is good enough for me. Okay. I don't think I have more to say about anyone in here, so let's just revise the tier list a little bit. First of all, we have F tier, Bors, Sophia, Merlinus, Wendy, Karel, Dorothy, Walt, Juno, and Barthe. I think this is pretty fair. I think... Alright. Okay. No. Let's not do that. I was... No. She's not better because she could be better if she joined earlier, but she joins very late. So Barthe is there. Barthe is F tier. Highest in F tier. That's fair. That's you, my boy. Then in D tier, some actual, you know, usable units, unlike this utter trash and Karel, who comes just very late. He's not utter trash. He's just very late. Some actual units, they exist. They do bad things, but they do them. Wade, Douglas, Dayan, Geese, Ogier, Cath, Yodel, Roy, and Dieck. Yodel also probably kind of out of place in terms of being able to do good things, but doing them very late. Dayan more or less there. In the same regard, can do some actual good combat, but very late to the party. Could be higher than Geese, but I'm going to leave him there. C rank for units that are just average or don't provide anything unique or do their utility and do nothing else, or yeah, units. These aren't bad. These are just, you know, cannon fodder. So we have Hugh in here. We have Thea, Tate, Garret. We have Cis, Raigh, Elen. We have Cath, Bartre, Lot, Noam, Swanfa. Yeah, I think this is fair. The ordering is fair too. The ordering is fair. Yeah. I like this more. I don't know why I put Cath so high. I feel like Elen has to be a bit higher, and Cis is not as good because he's not there for a long time, but Raigh... Maybe this is the only change I need to do. You for you. Yeah. It's a bit like this situation. What do I value more? They come on... Yeah. And even availability is the same, so all the more reason. Okay, that's good enough. That's good enough. I feel like I ranked them okay now. Chad is there for a long time, so you know, being there from ever since chapter 3 is providing a lot of thief utility. I'm tempted to put you down just because that way I have like a triangle. But if I'm fair, even though this would make me very happy, Hugh is clearly a tier above Dieck in terms of combat. Then we have B tier units that are actually a good option to use, that I would recommend you use, and that maybe have some flaws to them. Maybe there are some runs in which you realize, okay, I got really unlucky with this unit and it's better to dump them. But more often than not, you're going to find them to be the best possible option. So we have Igrene, Lilina, Klein, Fear, Echidna, Shin, Saul, Gonzales, Niime, and Cecilia. All of these pretty fair. I think I'm happy with the ordering. I think, yeah, there's a lot of utility units in here. Maybe this tier is more focused to utility than combat. But we also have some good combat units like Gonzales and Shin in here, so that's also fair. And finally, well, not finally, we have the A rank with good units, consistent units that always do what they are set out to do, that don't rely on RNG a lot, that are consistent, that are good, that if they need to be trained, they have good growths, focused to where they need to go. These units are Astohl, Thainy, Selot, Lugh, Dieck, Clarine, and my Christmas Cavaliers, Elen, and a slightly better Lance, which I'm happy to say, yes. And finally, on S tier, for the best units in FE6, the units that you should use always if you can, the pair of dancers, Elphin and Lalum, Marcus, the young and extraordinaire, we have Perceval, the Knight General, we have Rutger, the Crit Hair, and we have Miledy herself. I'm happy with this tier list. Are you? If you are, let me know. If you aren't, let me know too, because honestly, at the end, even though I'm, you know, one of the best Fire Emblem players in the world, I'm still human. And so if your opinion brings something new to the table, I want to know. And if I have something that there's a reason to correct, then I want to know. I recently reread a comment I got on a tier list of Awakening, and I actually had to agree a lot with that assessment where it said I put Noe too high, and Anna probably brings a lot to the table and doesn't need investment and isn't as good in Lunatic. And I have to agree now that I've thought about it. And I wouldn't have come to that conclusion if you didn't comment. So if you want to say something, please comment. And if you don't, then don't. That's going to do it for me, though. So yeah, if you like this video, probably a very long video, circling around 5 hours of me ranting about my favorite game, then consider liking, subscribing, leaving a comment. And as always, I will see you in the next one. Bye.